but it'll say good day to you this day of your time. How are you all? All right. All right. Thank you. First and foremost, once again, we will extend our deepest appreciation to every single one of you individually and all of you together collectively for the co-creation of this interaction and the allowance of this transmission at this time. We will begin this transmission with the reminder that we have titled it, The Artifacts. Do you need to make adjustments to your technology? How profound. I see that you have been paying attention. All right, we shall move forward then by allowing you to understand that we are delivering this information in two parts. This transmission, tonight of your time, will be part one. Part two will be delivered in your year of 2016. This will be an opening, an introduction to this idea. And in 2016, when we deliver part two, it will contain far more detail, a chart, images to explain in more depth what it is we are describing tonight of your time. But the idea is that there have been placed throughout your solar system artifacts that when you begin to move farther and farther out in your solar system into space as a society, you will come across these artifacts that have been left for you, which will contain information that will allow you more understanding of who and what you are. It will aid and assist in your evolution as you move out into space, give you more ability for greater interaction with other extraterrestrial civilizations, and allow you to peer into some deeper mysteries that will be harbingers, precursors of things you will encounter out among the stars to give you an opportunity to prepare for those interactions in a deeper way. Now, the idea is that they are all pyramid shapes, all these artifacts. Starting with, on your planet of Earth, specifically what you call the Great Pyramid at Giza. That is one of them. There are 5 of these artifacts. There used to be 6. But one of them used to be on the planet that has been referred to in your ancient texts as Marduk or Maldek, which has since been destroyed by cosmic collision and is now represented its remnants as the asteroid belt in your system. But there used to be one of these artifacts upon that planet. The reason that this is still known is that this information comes from very, very, very ancient times and has been handed down and copied and copied and copied over millennia by many different civilizations. There are very few references to this left in any of your literature, any of your ancient tablets, but there are a few. One in particular, which we will demonstrate to you in part 2, is on an old Akkadian tablet, a cylinder seal that is 4,500 of your years old. Thereupon is depicted the exact symbol that tells you about these artifacts and where exactly they are placed in your system. Beginning with the one on Earth, the Great Pyramid of Giza, moving outward from the sun because it is all about expanding outward. The next one is a pyramid that exists on your moon. Now, some people on your planet are already aware of this, of its existence, but this information has not been fully made public. It will one day. Nevertheless, that is where the second artifact is, of a pyramidal shape that mirrors and matches that of Giza and contains information that will help you on your journey outward through your system toward the stars. The next pyramidal artifact exists on the planet you call Mars. This will contain not only information to help you in your evolution and again aid and assist you in your outward expansion to the stars, but will also contain information that speaks of some of your lost history, so that you can really begin to gather back together an understanding of the path that you have taken, both physiologically and spiritually, that has brought you to this point of transformation on your planet of Earth at this time. Now, as we said, the next artifact would have been on the planet Maldek, but has since been destroyed and is now simply represented by the remnants that you call the asteroid belt. But going farther out, the next artifact after the Earth, after your moon, after Mars, is on Saturn's moon of Titan. So there you will find another pyramid that will contain great information at that point that you are capable of reaching that moon of Saturn. You will find it will contain many things that you need to understand how you can interact with different kinds of civilizations and how you can also propel yourselves in a new direction, energetically, spiritually, physiologically, as Earth becomes and is becoming in its process what we have termed the sixth hybrid race, and how you will be given more information about the different kinds of groups, the different kinds of councils, the different kinds of associations and alliances that Earth potentially can belong to, again, as you claim more and more and more of your heritage and move out farther and farther in your system toward the stars. The final pyramid is on your dwarf planet of Pluto, at the edge of your system. And thus, by the time you reach that one and understand its mysteries, you will have truly become a full-fledged member of the Interstellar Alliance and will have before you many different kinds of choices that may seem unimaginable to you right now, and for which there may not even be adequate description in your language. For you will have changed so greatly by then as a society and as a species, as to really make available to you, upon the discovery of that final artifact, that final pyramid, many more options than are available to you now that will propel you to the stars in another way and will allow you to understand truly your place in creation and will expand your abilities into the realm that at this point would seem like magic to you. So these artifacts have been placed there for you as markers, so you know that you always have assistance, that you will never ultimately forget who you are, no matter what may happen physiologically in your system. There will always be something there that will remind you, put you back in touch, center you with your roots, with your heritage, and also with where you are going, where you are heading, again, both physiologically and spiritually, as you connect and expand to more and more and more of your greater being. Does this make sense to you? Yes. All right. So as we said in part 2, we will go into deeper explanations and have graphs and charts to explain this in more detail. And the reason for this is that there must be a realignment of certain information that has been presented in your society so that you can understand how to look at that information very differently. This is connected to the idea of contact in a variety of ways. And as we present the more detailed explanation in part 2 in your year of 2016, you will begin to understand more clearly why this information is being presented to your society at this time. For there are many things that are about to happen that will bring about many different kinds of changes in your reality. And having this knowledge and this understanding, even to this small degree, will better prepare you for what is to come. So, we present this to you now to wrap your minds around, to just take it in however it is you feel is appropriate for you to take it in, and to know that it will do what it needs to do to lay the foundations within you for clearer understanding of what is to come. So we thank you for allowing us to deliver part one of this information of the artifacts to you in this way at this time. So please stay tuned in your year of 2016 for part two. In return for the gift that you are giving us in allowing us to serve you in this way, then we will ask, how may we serve you further at this time with your interactive dialogue of questions and answers? Please begin however you prefer.
Hello, Bashar.
And you good day. Speak up and be bold so that all may hear what you have to share.
I have a story that happened to me about, I want to say 3 years ago that I'd
All
like
right.
to share.
Yes.
I was driving down the road, excuse me, and I had my windows down. It was summertime, and I heard a voice in my head that says, "We're waiting for you."
Yes.
And it caught me off guard, and I'm looking around thinking it was somebody outside, and when I realized it wasn't outside, it was coming from in my head.
Yes.
I haven't been able to answer that question and who was asking the question.
Are you sure? You've had
well,
no dreams that explain or clarify this idea at all?
Yes, actually.
Oh, well, all right. So you were fibbing.
Yes.
You have had some
I just
clarification.
didn't want to tell the complete truth right away, I guess.
Yes.
Yes.
And so what did the dreams clarify for you? To what point did they take you in your understanding of this?
There's been a lot of meditation kind of waking dreams, some trying to think of the right word, some lucid dreams.
Lucid?
Had a dream. I have a crystal skull that I bought from the last seminar that I was in, and the assisted teacher, the
Yes.
conference in Oakland.
Yes.
And I had a lucid dream that it was in my hand.
All right.
And it was glowing blue.
Oh, all right. And so, what do you make of that? What did that mean for you as a symbol, as an energy?
I see blue.
And? How does it connect for you to the idea of we are waiting for you?
I'm guessing I have a connection to Sonny, to you. I'm guessing maybe you are one of my spirit guides,
No.
maybe? No?
No. I am guiding you here,
Yes.
but I'm not a spirit, first of all. I'm a physical being.
I feel I do have a connection to...
We understand. You are connected to the hybrids in a variety of ways, yes. But what do you think it means we are waiting for you?
There's a lot of actually interesting ideas that thoughts that I've had along those lines.
All right, well, what's the most interesting one?
That I am part of something, I struggle to put words together sometimes.
Oh,
so,
all right, well, I'll ask you a question if it will make it easier.
Okay.
Are you acting on your highest excitement in life as best as you possibly can, as often as you possibly can?
Yes.
All the time, without hesitation?
I do go into a little bit of fear-based anxiety
For what
sometimes.
reason?
Old
Old
fear-based thoughts.
Old thoughts?
Old.
Well, why do you hang on to them if they're old?
Yeah. Well. Yes, and that's what I'm doing. I'm learning to let go of those fear-based.
All right. So, hearing that in your head, we are waiting for you. Did anything happen around that time to begin to accelerate your ability to act on your excitement so that you would become more of who you truly are?
It was probably 6 months later, maybe a year later,
Yes.
when I started learning about the BASHAR videos, and I started following you and Daryl, and since then I've
Yes.
felt a very strong connection to
All right.
you and possibly,
All right.
you know.
So that you understand that the basic message is we are waiting for you to be more of yourself.
Okay.
Yes?
Okay, well, I can accept that.
All right. Then again, the more you can allow yourself to let go of those things that are outdated, outmoded, old belief systems that don't serve you, the more you will be who you truly are. So don't wait, don't hesitate. Get on about that business of being who you are. Know yourself more deeply.
Right.
Let go of the things that have nothing to do with who you prefer to be. You cannot use as an excuse or blame the idea that these are old ideas, because every moment is new. Every moment is zero. You get to decide at every moment who you are, who you choose to define yourself to be.
Right, and thank you. I needed that.
I know you knew it, but we are here to remind you of what you already know.
Yes,
Because the
been
idea is
reminding.
to put it into practical application in your physical life. Because again, remember, when we talk about the idea of acting on your highest excitement to the best of your ability, it also contains the idea of having absolutely zero insistence on what the outcome ought to look like. Yes?
Yes.
All right. So do you feel that you're accelerating in your reality, becoming more of who it is you prefer to be?
I do, actually, yes.
All right.
I feel very good about that. I feel like I'm at the, to use an analogy of the dentist with Novocaine, I feel like I'm feeling the effects of the Novocaine finally wearing off.
Oh, all right. Then it is no longer really mysterious, the idea of what it is that they're waiting for. Yes?
Correct.
All right. So does that help you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Anything else?
I do have a question about a car accident that I lined up with about
That
three.
you lined up with?
Yes.
That you had?
No, I wasn't in the
All
car.
right. What do you mean lined up with? Observed?
I was in the general area of,
Yes.
of a car that had the guy that was behind the wheel had, and I learned this after we pulled him out of the car. He had had a panic attack and blacked out,
All right. And
I had a
And
pretty
you
much
assisted?
a front row seat to
Yes.
seeing him, behind the wheel. But
All right. And
I
so-
did, and I felt his. I'm guessing a small portion of the anxiety that he must have felt.
All right. And what did that do for you?
I don't know. I felt like I connected with him a little bit.
Yes. Is this a, as you say on your planet, there but for the grace of God go I moment?
Sure.
You
I'm not
understand?
sure. I'm not sure I understood what you meant. Sorry, I didn't follow that.
The phrase on your planet, the common phrase, is there but for the grace of God go I. Meaning, this could easily have happened to me had I been in a different space. But because I am now more aligned with who I am, I can see that other people may not be aligned with themselves or may be using this in a way to help themselves accelerate. But I can use it too by understanding the comparison that I'm being shown between where I used to be, which may have resulted in this, and where I am now.
Right.
So that you get to assist someone instead of being the one that needs the assistance.
Right.
Yes?
And that's what I felt like. I mean, I felt like I just lined up with this accident
Yes.
because, I needed to be there for a reason for both of our sakes.
Yes. And therefore, it's not really an accident, is it?
It was a very interesting situation. I was on a bicycle and
Yes.
I was driving on the sidewalk and the car had hit another car head on and headed straight for me.
Yes.
And,
How exciting.
And yeah, it was actually. The first thought that went through my mind as I'm swerving is, oh, this is going to hurt. And then it hit the back tire of my bike, knocked me down. And when I got up, I thought, oh, that didn't hurt.
Well, there you go. You have an opportunity to experience the idea that might be termed chaos all around you and emerge unscathed.
Yeah, when I look back on it, it felt like I was a stuntman in a movie or something, and
Yes.
and it was all choreographed. And
Some of the people on your planet call this kind of thing detached attachment. Another translation from our side might be uninvolved involvement, where you can be a catalyst, you can be in some ways part of the orchestration as a participant, but you are providing a service by being there to allow someone to experience something that they believe they need to experience on some level, and you can help them through it.
And I felt that as well.
All right.
And it was definitely an exciting moment. It was after it happened for days. I was
Yes.
I don't know what word to use.
Well, that's all right. This is part, in a sense, of the path you chose because it's part of your training. And this will extend not only in your life, but into what you call the afterlife.
Right. I understand that.
All right. So, does this help?
Absolutely.
Will that do then?
That will do. Thank you very
All right,
much.
thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And a you good day.
Let's see. My name is Carlos, and I have a few questions for you.
No, all right.
The first question I would like to ask you is, for the artifacts, we suppose any one of us here would be able to astral travel to one of them.
Oh, yes, and many of you have actually astral traveled to many of them all the time, but you may not necessarily remember that you have done so. In fact, the Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt was specifically designed to actually promote the idea of out-of-body experiences so that you could go to different places and actually gain knowledge from those levels. By lying in the king's chamber, in the coffer, and meditating and allowing your energy to go into the gamma state, the brain waves of around 45 cycles per second, the coffer and the chamber is designed to resonate at that frequency and amplify, magnify it, reflect it back to the person in the coffer, and in a sense allow that amplification and magnification resonance to pop them out of their body more easily so that they can astral travel and gain knowledge from the higher realms. So because it is specifically designed, at least that's one of its functions, to do that, then certainly you are capable of astral traveling to all the artifacts and downloading whatever knowledge is relevant for you to download at this time.
Oh, interesting. I also have a lucid dreaming mask that I purchased,
Yes.
and I haven't been using it, but I need to find the excitement to learn how to work it.
You need to find the excitement.
Oh, yeah. No, I got to.
You just need to act on whatever is most exciting, and you will be led to all other things that are relevant and representative of your excitement, because that's what excitement does. It connects to all other things that are representative of your excitement in perfect timing. So act on whatever you are able to act on that is representative of your highest excitement, and all the rest will take care of itself. That's how it works. You don't need to find it.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Another question I have is, how possible would it be?
You mean how probable?
How probable?
Anything is possible. It may not be probable or relevant. So how probable is the question?
Okay, how probable? Sorry.
Is
it to
Yes.
build a machine that is anti-gravity or can produce free energy?
It's very, very simple, and it's actually been done several times on your planet.
Oh, I know. I was asking how possible it would be to make it under $1,000 with parts purchased from the internet.
It is highly probable.
Oh, really?
The principle is actually very simple and does not require anything on its most basic level that's very exotic at all. It just requires an understanding of electromagnetics and gravity. That's all. And light.
For gravity and light, the current understanding is
Not sufficient.
right.
Nevertheless,
Can you Can you elaborate on more?
about what gravity is?
Yes,
Yes. You have a notepad.
I have someone taking notes for me.
No, all right.
Yes.
How efficient of you. Can you imagine this analogy? For this will be an analogy, but it will help explain the idea more clearly. You understand what a Fibonacci spiral is?
Yes.
All right. So can you picture one spiral going out and expanding this way? At the same time, can you picture another such spiral starting at the same central point spiraling out in the opposite direction and expanding this way. Can you picture that double spiral overlapping each other?
I believe you mentioned it on the game of chess with the holotope. Yes.
All right, so you can picture that. Obviously, as it expands outward, there will be crossing points, yes?
Yes.
Where the lines will cross each other.
Yes.
Now, understand what I'm describing is extremely simplistic because I'm describing a very two-dimensional, very sparsely diagrammed version of this. But in reality, you're looking at something that would go multidimensionally. You understand? But for now, to keep it simple, just look at it as a flat diagram of two opposite intersecting spirals. Yes?
Yes.
So where they cross and cross and cross and cross and cross can be representative of what you would call subatomic particles. You follow me?
Yes.
So it's energy going out, and where they cross and reinforce each other, there's enough energy there to create a subatomic particle, even if it's just a virtual one. So the idea that between this crossing and this crossing and this crossing, the subatomic particles that are created at those crossings then have a proportional relation to one another. They are fixed as if they are caught in a net. Make sense? Do you have the picture?
It'll be one intersection to come
One
to the
intersection,
other.
one particle. The next intersection out here, another particle. The next intersection out here, another particle.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
So they are fixed at those crossing points
Okay.
in that so-called net of the double spiral. Are you following this?
Yes.
All right. So the fact that they are fixed in proportion, in relation to one another at those distances is gravity. Does that make sense?
Yes.
It may seem like one is attracting another, but the idea is that it's simply fixed in the net, in that particular location, because that's where the crossing is that creates the subatomic particle in its relation to the next crossing and the next and the next and the next and the next. This is on a very, very, very fine-grained level, of course. Very diminutive, very small crossings, so that you perceive it as a multitude of subatomic particles that occupy a very small space, but that spiral is also very small. It expands and gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and the number of crossings become more and more and more and more and more. But this also explains why your scientists have discovered that farther out, things are actually accelerating. Even though gravity exists and is in a sense holding everything together, they found out that your universe is also expanding at an accelerated rate. And the reason for this, again, is because of that spiral structure. So if you imagine that spiral structure, again, the crossings become farther and farther and farther apart. Yes?
Yes.
Because the spiral is expanding in a different way. But the idea is that space-time moves at infinite speed. Not the speed of light. Space-time itself moves at infinite speed. There is no speed limit to space-time itself. The speed of light happens within space-time, and that is a border, that's a barrier. But space-time itself has no speed limit. But because the structure of space-time in these spirals, because the crossings get farther and farther and farther and farther and farther apart, and yet, because of its ability to travel at infinite speed, space-time will cross those distances in the same amount of time. You understand? Because it won't matter that this is, let's just use this analogy. It won't matter that these two particles are a mile apart, then 2 miles, then 3 miles, then 100 miles, then 10,000 miles, then 1,000,000 miles. It won't matter because space-time moves at infinite speed. Therefore, it can hit all those particles at once. You follow me so far? And because it's hitting particles that are farther and farther and farther apart at the same time, you, in your reality, translate that idea as acceleration. Because you are crossing greater distances in the same amount of time. That's called acceleration. So that explains the idea of the acceleration and also explains the idea of the relationship of particles with respect to gravity. Does this help you?
Yes, it helps me. Thank you, Bashar.
All right.
And in order to create this anti-gravity device,
Yes.
I will need to,
Which is not really anti-gravity,
Oh, right,
but we
right.
understand what you mean by that.
or to do something with gravity. It would be to manipulate these spirals you speak of.
In a sense, we have already described an experiment that many of you can undertake with your technology that has to do with understanding that location is not a, shall we say, space in which an object exists, but location is one of the properties of the object itself. It's
Okay.
one of the energy variables that defines or describes the signature frequency of any object. So if you can do an experiment where you have a very, very large, long, flat surface, very flat as you can make it, and you have two small spheres, very thin, hollow spheres, as round as you can make them, let's say out of copper. The idea is that you can take that sphere and put it in location A at one end of the flat table, and you can vibrate it and measure its frequency. Then put that sphere at the other end of the table. It must be at least 10 feet apart, at least. And it is uncertain as to whether your instruments may even be able to be sensitive enough to register the difference. But if you actually measure it at the other end of the table, it will actually have a slightly different frequency because it's in a different location. You have now isolated the locational variable in its energy signature. So, if you then take that sphere and put it back at the beginning in location A, and you bombard it, overwhelm its energy with a vibration, whether electromagnetically or acoustically, doesn't matter, of location B, it will have to stop existing at location A and start moving toward location B, stopping when it gets there. That will be the beginning of understanding of the idea that you're calling anti-gravity, because when you get a handle on that technology, then you can understand that locational variables can go this way too. So the idea then is when you've perfected it to a certain point, you can take that object here on the ground, measure its frequency, then take it up into the air 100 feet, measure its frequency, and do the same experiment once you've learned how to imbue it with the locational vibration of 100 feet in the air. Then it will simply start rising and go to 100 feet in the air because that's what it's now tuned to. So you're changing its locational variable. That's actually what anti-gravity actually is. Make sense?
Yes.
Does that help you?
It helps me out.
All
Thank
right,
you.
well, have fun playing with that idea.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
One thing I would like to throw in, I recently got a 3D printer. I'm very excited about it.
Say that again.
I recently got a 3D printer,
Oh, all right.
and I'm very excited. Is there any powerful permission slips I can print out?
That's up to you, isn't it?
I suppose it is.
Yes, it is. So have fun.
All right, thank you, Bashar.
All right.
Good evening, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Good evening, everybody. All right, so I'd like to start off by saying that we're only limited to our creativity. And while I was out there, I wasn't prepared for this, like always. And I got this weird downloads from those questions the gentleman was asking, Carlos.
Yes.
So when you were referring to gravity, you said that where the spirals interlap, that's where gravity exists?
That's where the matter is created, and because there is a relationship in that spiral net between one point that's a crossover and another point that's a crossover, that's why they exist in relation to each other that way. To you, it appears as if there's some kind of gravitational attraction. All we're saying is that that apparent gravitational attraction is just because of their position in the net.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right.
Now, with what I started with saying that we're only limited to our creativity, I've been experimenting with sorcery, not as in the sense of alchemy, but sorcery,
Yes.
manipulating energy that
Yes.
comes from source,
Yes.
God. So I was wondering if one way you can manipulate gravity would be to view that those interlocking places as Velcro. For some reason, Velcro has been coming to my mind a
You
lot.
can use whatever permission slip or idea of a representation or a symbol you wish if you feel it works for you. That won't matter. That's up to you. Because you will just pick the symbols, the analogies that align with your belief systems.
All right.
So you can picture it however you wish.
Okay. And the last thing is you mentioned something about matching a frequency of some sort. That
Yes.
you would have to figure out what the frequency is of that
Of that object, yes.
object. And that's another thing I've been looking into a lot. Frequency and tones. How
Yes.
it might be the key to levitation to certain
It
objects.
is. That's what we just said.
Okay.
Remember when we described going from the ground to 100 feet in the
Okay,
air?
okay.
That's levitation, yes?
So would it be possible to, with what do you call those? A tone finder, the ones that looks like a U and you hit
Yes.
it and it tones.
If the instrument is sensitive enough to register the difference in the two locations of the object, then you will have discovered the locational variable because there shouldn't be any other difference.
And if we perceive outside the box and utilize the echo frequency like dolphins, can we find frequencies of that way?
You could, if you are sensitive enough to do so, yes.
All right.
Does that help?
You might use. Yeah, to me it does.
All right.
Okay, another thing is, since the last time I had an interaction with you here
Yes.
in the same exact spot, my life has changed drastically.
That's because it's not the same exact spot.
Exactly. Yes. And you reminded me of certain things, and I've been really, truly, I can say this confidently, been working and living through my highest excitement.
Oh, well, thank you.
And I've done so much lately and learned from so many things
All right,
from
well,
the
thank
wind,
you for
from
applying
birds.
the information to yourself because that's the whole point.
Okay.
So thank you. And congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. With that in mind,
Yes.
I was wondering, is there anything you can tell us of how do we can? You already told us in Oakland about how one frequency we can get to is gamma,
Yes.
which is the one you were mentioning. Is there another one that you can possibly give us that we can play around with?
Well,
with
there
our
are several, but
creativity?
right now, the most important would be gamma.
Okay.
So we're going to leave it at that for now.
Okay.
All right?
Okay. And last thing
Yes.
is not my last question, but the last topic
The
I
last
want to catch.
thing, yes. All
Concept,
right.
would be about soulmates, and not necessarily mates as in a lover in
Yes,
a past
yes.
life.
From our point of view, anyone you're interacting with who does you with the service of reflecting to you what you need to know to become more of yourself at that moment is functioning as a soulmate. Whether you have any other kind of expression of it or not. In the moment, those that you are receiving the reflections from that you need to be more of yourself is a soulmate. That's the broadest expression, the broadest way to express that term. Yes, it can be expressed in other ways, but that's the generalized way to understand soulmate.
Okay. And yesterday I had an interaction with a young kid. He was only about 6 years old.
Well, they are sometimes the greatest teachers of all.
Oh yeah, and that's my second teacher. My first one was Orion, but I always learn from kids the most.
Yes.
But this kid was very introverted, very quiet, very shy. But when I came around, and he heard my voice, we made eye contact for about 3 seconds, which seemed like a few hours.
Yes.
And his eyes just lit up and said, "Hey, you look very different, but I'm very happy to see you." And he got really close to me,
Yes.
and he just was in awe but I could see it in his eyes that he truly believes that he knew me.
He does, on
Yeah,
a different
exactly.
level, yes.
I instantly accepted it.
Yes.
And then everybody else was all confused. He left. And they were wondering what just happened. And I knew right away what happened.
all
And I was a
right.
little bit hesitant to tell them, but then I was like, I went with my highest excitement.
Yes.
And I wanted them to realize this, even if I look odd to them.
Yes.
And I told them that I knew him in a past life.
Well, so to speak.
Yeah, they rolled his eyes and all this stuff. And then as soon as I said that, he came back running and he hugged me really, really tight
Yes.
for a few seconds, which felt,
Yes. It's because you're part of the
godlike.
same soul family.
there you go. That's what it was.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Hi, guys.
Andrew, you good day.
I seem to keep getting stuck in fear.
You seem to keep getting stuck in fear?
I keep experiencing fear.
You keep choosing to buy into negative belief systems that generate the sensation of fear, is what you're saying.
Yes.
So the question is, why do you keep choosing that?
It seems to happen automatically.
Nope. You may have relegated it to an automatic function, but that again is the product of a belief system, a definition that you have of your relationship to it.
Okay.
So why have a definition that makes it feel automatic instead of knowing that you're fully in control of what you're choosing? All you have to do is be honest and take responsibility and admit that you're choosing some negative belief systems. That's okay. Because then that gives you the power to change them. If it's just automatic, you have no power over it. You can't change it. There's no control there. So don't buy into the belief system that it's automatic, because it can seem that way, but you're the one making it seem that way so that you don't necessarily have to look at it.
Okay.
Make sense?
I believe so. So
all right.
when I get,
What is the fear about, generally or usually?
generally it's about what other people think of me.
Why do you care?
I don't know.
Sure you do. Because it's about what you think of you. And they're just reflecting it to you. Because you don't necessarily have a strong belief in yourself.
Well, that's true.
I know, that's why I said it. So all they're doing is reflecting that to you. That's what your fear is about. That they're going to reflect to you what you believe to be true about yourself. But if you stop believing that to be true, that you're unworthy and undeserving and I can't do this and I'm not powerful and all that stuff, as you say, on your planet, if you stop buying into that, then it won't matter what other people reflect, because you will know it's not true. Yes?
Yes.
So the question for you to explore is, why do you believe that those things are true about you? What do you get out of believing that? Because you
Nothing.
don't do anything. You don't believe anything if you don't believe you're getting something out of it. So what are you getting out of believing that you're not good enough?
I don't know.
Does that mean you don't have to try?
I don't know.
All right, well, let's explore. If you were willing to be yourself as fully as you possibly can, what do you imagine is the most terrifying thing that might happen?
Being rejected by everyone.
Rejected by everyone. All 7 billion people on your planet. We will have nothing to do with her. We've all gotten together and taken a vote, and she is an outcast to everyone on the planet. And maybe even on some other planets too. Now, do you believe that that will happen? That every single person on the planet will reject you?
No.
So that must mean there are some people who won't. Correct?
True, yes.
So why don't you gravitate to those? Why don't you know that those will be the ones that can come into your life, that will aid and assist and enrich your life, and the ones that don't offer that, you don't want to have anything to do with them anyway, do you?
No.
So then why worry about those that reject you? Because they have nothing to do with you and you have nothing to do with them. Because you know your worth. You know your ability. You know your self-empowerment. You know your connection to Source. They don't. They don't know your life. They don't know who you are. So what difference does their opinion make when they know nothing about you? You follow? It's your opinion of yourself. It's your understanding of yourself that counts. And all they're going to do is simply reflect to you where you don't hold yourself up, where you don't value yourself. But once you do, then the people that attempt to devalue you will be like simply shouting into a hurricane. It will be for naught, because you will know it's not true. Your winds of truth will overpower anything they have to say, because you will know that what they're saying has nothing to do with you. It has to do with them at that point. And their issues that they may be afraid to look at. And that's why you can come back and reflect compassion to them, knowing that they may also still be struggling with issues of self-worth within themselves, because you've been there, you understand it, you know what it looks like, you can recognize it. And now you can be compassionate enough to say, yes, I understand, I've had that experience, but you know what I discovered? I am worthy, I am valuable, I am powerful, I am who I am. Therefore, you can give them the reflection that they may be looking for to help them decide to value themselves. Is this making some sense?
Yes.
Is this helping you at all?
I guess I just need to be brave.
Why do you need bravery when all we're talking about is what's true? It's just a fact that you are worthy. You don't have to be brave to know you're worthy. It's just a fact. Because trust me, if you weren't worthy, you wouldn't exist, because creation doesn't make mistakes. Do you understand?
Yes.
So anytime you go about going, I'm not worthy, I'm afraid I'm going to be rejected, I'm undeserving, I'm not powerful, I'm not valuable, you are arguing with creation. Because if you weren't worthy, you wouldn't exist. And therefore saying you're unworthy is arguing with creation. You will never win that argument, ever, 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 ever. For all eternity, you will never win that argument. So, if you are finally sick and tired of arguing the point that you're unworthy, then perhaps you are ready to stop arguing that point and start flowing into the assurance that you wouldn't exist if you were truly unworthy. If you had nothing to give, if your perspective was not valuable, you wouldn't exist. Does that make sense to you?
It does. And
Yes.
it's like there are two sides of me
Yes.
warring over that idea, because a part of me really knows that. And
And
then
the part of you that doesn't? In actual fact, that's not true. The other part of you knows it all too well. It's just that the other part is the negative side, the negative belief system that is designed to not want you to buy into it.
the unconscious.
It's not the unconscious, it's the negative belief system.
Okay.
When you buy into a negative belief, it has to do everything in its power, because it's designed to do this, to keep you buying into the negative side. That's how it's designed. That's its job, to make you buy the negative belief and keep buying it. So it knows, absolutely it knows you are worthy. That's why the negative belief has to work that much harder to convince you that you're not. And one of the ways it thus convinces you, or works hard to convince you that you're not worthy, is it has to lie to you and perpetuate the lie that you're unworthy. Because it knows you are worthy. The truth is easy. You're worthy. The positive belief doesn't have to work hard at that at all. You're worthy. End of story, period. The negative belief knows you're worthy and has to plot and plan and trick you into believing that you're not. So it has to work many, many times harder than the positive belief to convince you of that. And when the negative belief is working hard to convince you of the negative side, the negative perspective, that energy translates as fear in you. That's what fear is. That's what that feeling is. The negative belief working really hard to convince you of something that is not the truth. So when you understand that, then you will understand that the fear will grow the closer you get to understanding and buying into the truth that you're worthy. So when you become most terrified that you may not be worthy, that's when you're closest to breaking through to the understanding that you are worthy.
Okay.
You understand?
Yes.
Because the negative belief is going to use every trick in the book and is going to make you as terrified as it possibly can so that you will not cross that line. But if you simply understand that it's just a trick, it's just smoke and mirrors, then you can cross the line. You can be afraid and then suddenly be out of fear by understanding that the fear is just smoke and mirrors. It's just a lie. It's just an illusion to get you to continue to stay on this side of the line in the negative belief and perpetuate it because it's doing its job. But if you say, oh, wonderful, beautiful, lovely, creative, negative belief, thank you so much for doing your job so well. You really almost had me there. You really almost convinced me that it was true that I'm unworthy. But now I understand you were just doing your job, so I applaud you. You're very creative. I love you. Now you can take a break.
Thank you.
Does this help?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, it does kind of lead into another idea I've been thinking about lately.
How synchronous are you?
Where I struggle to find my excitement, and so often,
No, that's easy.
well, so often I think it's because it's so much quieter than the fear that comes up. It's like there's a little excitement, and then
But
this
little
big
excitement
giant
leads
fear.
to big excitement.
Yeah.
That's why we say you don't have to start big with your excitement. If you find that you're confused about what you're excited about, just look at all the simple options available to you and just pick the one to act on that has even just this much more excitement than any other option. It doesn't have to be big. Just start with whatever is more exciting than anything else, even if it's something very simple. And if you just keep doing that and just keep picking the things that have a little bit more excitement than any other option, then it will grow, it will expand, it will lead you to bigger and bigger things that are more and more obviously representative of your excitement.
Okay.
So start wherever you can. We assume you came here to talk to us tonight because this had some excitement in it, yes?
Yes.
So when you're done with this conversation, when you're done with this event, you have a number of options available to you. Just pick the one that has more excitement than any other and act on it to the best of your ability, taking it as far as you can till you can take it no further with absolutely zero insistence or assumption as to where it's supposed to lead. And you'll be doing it exactly as you need to do it. And it will grow and it will expand because that's what it does. That's what it's designed to do. Give it a little, it'll turn it into a lot. It will appreciate as you appreciate yourself. Do you understand?
I believe so, yes.
Well, thank you for believing so. Now, the next step, beyond belief, is for you to know so. But that will come. Does that help?
It does, yes. Thank you.
Anything else?
Yes. So you've talked a lot about creating our reality, creating our future.
Yes.
Literally everything about it, right? Like literally, I was going to say
Yes.
to what extent, but
To being here now, to being who you are, to being your true self, to that extent. That's it. This is all about allowing you to remember who you are and to be who you really are, instead of pretending to be someone you're not. That's what the transformation is really all about. You have forgotten who you are remembering who you are. Thus, the more you can be who you are, you have fulfilled the purpose of being here now, in this life. Yes?
yes.
So,
Well, okay, so there was once when I was in a really, really high vibration and I felt like I was having all of these epiphanies
yes.
and making all of these connections.
Yes.
And since I haven't been there anymore, I mean,
You assumed you were not there anymore just because something changed. Yes? Change does not mean you've lost something. Just because it feels different and looks different doesn't mean you aren't still there. It's just that you're there in a different way, in a way you need to be there to handle something else that's coming up. But that doesn't mean that you're out of that state.
okay.
But when you assume you are, then you are.
Okay.
You see the paradox?
Yes.
Just because circumstances change, just because they don't happen the same way they used to, doesn't mean that you're not in the state you need to be in. It just means that you made a change and therefore you now have to look at things differently because that's the next stage of your evolution. You've already mastered that. Now you need another challenge. So things will rearrange themselves again to give you a new challenge, to help you grow, to help you learn to keep things fresh so that you won't be bored. Oh, same old challenges again. You understand? But that doesn't mean that you've lost that state of being. You follow?
Yeah. Yes.
So watch your definitions when something changes. Don't assume it's negative just because of how it looks. You don't know that for a fact. That's just an assumption on your part. Yes?
Yes.
All right.
So
So why not assume the best instead of the worst? Why not?
Well, because the best.
Yes.
So I felt like
Go ahead, finish your sentence. The best. Finish your sentence.
I don't remember.
Well, that's convenient.
I don't know. It's just it involves other people, and I don't have control over other people.
Of course not. But the idea is you trust synchronicity, which is part of excitement. And synchronicity will bring you into interactivity with the people you need to be brought into interactivity with, and will leave out the people you don't. Automatically. You see, what you don't understand is how automatic excitement is. It is the toolkit. It contains all the tools. It contains the organizing principle through synchronicity that will bring you exactly what you need when you need it in perfect timing. It's the driving engine that moves you forward in life. It is the path of least resistance. It's the path that connects to all other expressions of excitement. It is the thing that will support you in all ways you need to be supported. But it is also the reflective mirror that reveals to you what may be within you that is out of alignment with your excitement so that you can identify it and bring it back into alignment. Yes? It contains all those tools. It gives you everything you need. It leaves nothing relevant out. Nothing relevant out. Nothing relevant out.
So what I saw was relevant.
Everything that happens has relevance. It doesn't always mean it's a one-to-one reflection, but it's there for a reason. You can use it for a positive reason or a negative one. That's your choice. If you instill it with, this must be here for a positive reason. I don't know what it is, but I know it must be here for a positive reason for me. You will then get a beneficial effect. If you believe that it's there for a negative reason, if it's an obstacle, an impediment, an interruption in your flow, then you can only get a negative effect based on those definitions. Nothing has built-in meaning. It's all neutral. It's all empty. Life by itself doesn't have any meaning. You give it meaning. The meaning you give it determines how you experience it. So if you want to allow yourself to assume that no matter what happens, no matter how it looks, even if it was generated by others negatively, or even by you negatively, in any given moment, you have the option to redefine it in a positive way. It doesn't matter how many other people are involved. It doesn't matter how it was originally generated. Every circumstance is neutral until you give it a meaning. And then that's the effect you get out of it. And whoever really needs to interact with you will be there. And who doesn't need to interact with you will not be. Period. Does that help?
I follow what you're saying, but I guess my question is very specific.
Which is?
That I saw like a future for myself.
A probable future.
Okay.
You don't know that that's the way it's going to happen. Remember
don't know
the
that.
formula? No insistence on a particular outcome. It doesn't matter that you may have had a vision of it. That may only be symbolically representative of the energy state of the future. Okay. It might be literal, but it might not be. So don't insist that it must be. But it is representative. If it feels like an ideal reality, an ideal future vision, then get involved in the energy, the excitement that it represents. Never insist on the way it looks, because it may actually come to you even better than you can picture.
Yes. Okay.
You follow? Mm-hmm. That's why no insistence. Because many people on your planet think that when they insist on a particular thing, they think they're insisting on the best possible outcome. And in fact, insistence limits what could be the best possible outcome. Because you're confining it to your particular vision, and your higher mind may have a different vision that will actually benefit you more than what your physical mind was capable of imagining. Because your physical mind is limited. Your higher mind is not. So let it bring you what is actually representative of the energy that is represented by the picture that your physical mind has, but don't insist on the actual imagery. If it's going to happen that way, then nothing will stop it anyway. But if it could happen even better, why not let it?
Right.
Yes?
Yes.
Is this making sense to you?
Yes.
All right.
And then I have one final thing.
Yes.
I seem...
You keep saying that a lot.
I have been experiencing a really powerful creative block, like an inspiration block. Any advice for overcoming that? It's like the ideas
Yes.
just won't.
Be creative about your block.
Okay.
What do you want to do with the block? You want to write about it? You want to paint it? You want to sculpture it? What do you want to do with your block, your creative block?
Dismantle it.
Then dismantle it however you wish.
Okay.
That's creative. Yes?
Yeah.
When you receive what appears to be a block, the first thing again is watch your definitions. It's not necessarily a block. You're defining it that way. It may simply be an arrow pointing you in an unexpected direction. But if you insist that you have to go this way, then it will feel like a block. When in fact synchronicity in your higher mind is telling you this is actually the path of least resistance, not this. Do you trust the way your life unfolds or don't you? That's the question. So when you experience a so-called block as a block, that's when you know you're not trusting the way your life is unfolding. You're giving it a negative definition and thus experiencing it in a negative way. Never assume that a block is actually a block. It may simply be a road sign pointing in an unexpected direction. Follow it. Yes?
Yes.
Does this help?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And you good day.
Mike, I have several questions.
Yes.
My first question is, I have been channeling and doing energy healing for individuals
Yes.
for over 5 years now.
All right.
And the past year, I have had numerous galactic beings entering my system, and I entered trance states. And
Well, so to speak, yes.
yes, and I'm not sure of the origins of these beings, and
Do you believe that the information is beneficial?
yes.
Then who cares?
Okay. They also visit me when I'm in my half asleep, half awake state.
Yes,
And
well, that's when you're receptive.
And it's bringing up a lot of fear. And
About what?
I'm afraid to fall asleep.
Because what do you think will happen?
I don't know who I will see and how the process will unfold.
Did you not just say that you believe that the information and the connections are beneficial?
Yes.
Then what are you afraid of?
I guess my mind wants to put a label on it and figure out what exactly is happening.
And so you're saying that because you do not have a label, you're afraid?
Yes.
Oh, all right. May I ask you a question?
Yes.
What is your favorite fruit?
Bananas.
All right. When you hold a banana, is there a label on it saying this is a banana? Or do you just know it's a banana?
I know it's a banana, and sometimes there's a label, but
All right.
the most
But
part,
do you really pay attention to the label?
no.
You know a banana when you see it, yes?
Yes.
So why do you need the label?
Well, that was one of my questions. I wanted to ask you if you get any downloads about what those beings are.
I understand you're asking me that question, but you're jumping the gun and leaping out of this conversation.
Yeah, sorry.
So, why do you need a label if you already know what it contains?
I think that is one of my greatest blocks, is
It's
the
not
mind.
a block. It's a choice to buy into a negative definition. Why? How does it serve you? What are you afraid will happen if you don't have a label?
When I really tap into it, then the fear disappears.
I didn't ask that question.
Yeah.
And that's good that it does. But what are you afraid will happen if you don't have a label? Are you afraid you're going to be fooled, tricked, that someone's going to slip in there in disguise?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why?
I'm afraid that there could be
Why
lower
is that
entities.
real for you? Why do you believe they have the ability to do that? If you're operating on a high frequency, would you not be invisible to a lower one?
Yes.
Do you understand the principle that you cannot perceive what you're not the vibration of?
Yes.
Then if you are operating on a frequency that is more representative of alignment and your true self, why would you ever assume to have the contradictory definition that something that is not of that frequency can possibly even find you, let alone affect you? Why would you have such a contradictory definition of that idea?
Because of the fears.
No, not because of the fear, because you've been taught to buy into contradictory definitions.
Yeah.
But obviously you recognize that that contradiction doesn't serve you.
Yes, I definitely see it.
Well,
especially
now
right
that you've identified that you had a contradictory definition, you can create a definition that works for you, knowing that when you create that definition that works for you, it will be in place just as strongly as any other definition you had there momentarily. Yes?
Yes. So I have to change the definition.
You always need to change the definition in order to change your experience. Because every experience comes from what you define to be true about your relationship to that experience.
And the energy that I put into it.
Same difference. The energy you put into it is colored by the definition. Everything starts with the definition. It's the foundation of your house. If there's a crack in the foundation, the house is not going to stand up straight. Fix the foundation and your house will be strong.
Thank you. That helps a lot.
All right.
And
Yes?
so I'm wondering, are you getting any downloads about?
You're still asking the same question.
I really want to know some information if anything is coming through.
Well, of course. All right, all right. They say it's okay to give you a cookie if that's what will get you to move forward in your life.
Yes. Thank you.
Do you already know that you have a strong connection to what is called serious vibrations?
Yes.
Well, then some of them are working with you.
Thank you.
You have connections there. You have alternate parallel incarnations there. And you're drawing upon them. And they're assisting you. So, how does that label feel?
That feels like it helps me to move forward.
Why?
Because I guess I have been seeking some kind of a confirmation. And I understand that ultimately I don't need a confirmation, but
And yet?
that helps.
All right. Thank you for being honest. So, you know you're working with serious entities, and they are helping you, and they are with you.
Yes.
There's nothing to fear. You have a gift. You're sharing it with others. That's why you're here, like all of you. If you have gifts to give, please don't deprive the world of them. Yes?
Yes. Thank
So,
you.
is this enough to allow you to move forward?
I have one more question.
Yes.
And my question has to do with an accident that I got into a few
An
months ago.
orchestration?
Yes.
All right.
A car orchestration.
A car orchestration.
Yes.
All right. An
And-
automotive orchestration.
My boyfriend, he's actually going to be going right after me to talk to you.
Yes.
He was with me and he was actually driving the vehicle.
Oh, all right.
And we got rotated 180 degrees.
Well, isn't that symbolic?
Yes. And ever since then, I have been facing my greatest fears,
Yes.
so to speak.
Yes.
And it has been, I have been receiving many blessings, but also have been very challenged during this
Well,
period.
of course you're going to be challenged. That's what makes life exciting. It doesn't mean that's negative. You want challenges because challenges help you grow, help you discover more of yourself from another point of view. That's what they're about. Again, don't give them a negative definition and you won't experience them in a negative way. You will still experience them in a challenging way, but that's not negative.
They're opportunities.
They absolutely are. They're windows into more of who you are. The only thing you will ever discover in the unknown is more of yourself. That's the only thing that exists in the unknown. More of you.
And the biggest thing has been about my physical body. I've realized that these blocks and fears that I've harbored for
What
so
you are
long,
defining
yes,
as
what I am
blocks.
defining as blocks and
Yes.
fears, they started affecting my physical vessel.
Well, of course, because
And-
you translate the idea of energy into mass.
And now I'm wondering what can be some of the tools of reversing that?
I've already told you.
And so just changing the definition.
Changing the definitions, acting on your highest excitement to the best of your ability with no insistence on a particular outcome, and always giving positive meaning to the circumstances that arise from the actions that you take.
Great, thank you.
Does that help you?
Yes, that helps a lot.
Why, thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yes. Just remember to appreciate yourself as well.
Good. Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
All right. My first question is about your take on the twin flame concept.
We've already addressed the idea when we talked about the soulmate concept.
So that's one and the same to you.
Generally speaking, there can be some specific differences, but right now that would be relatively irrelevant.
Okay. Well, I still have
What
a
you
question about
reflect
it.
to each other that helps you become more of yourself, what you get reflected to you, what you reflect to the other, that helps the others become more of themselves. That's the whole concept of the balanced relationship. You can call it a twin flame relationship, you can call it a soulmate relationship, but when you get the most of the reflections you are given from another that help you become more of yourself and do the same for them, it doesn't really matter how the relationship started.
Right.
Or what the origin points are or what the agreements are beyond that, because that's the whole point of the relationship.
Right. So the title doesn't matter,
Not really.
basically.
Again, labels.
Right. Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yes.
And my second question is kind of a cookie similar to her question.
You want a cookie too?
I do want a cookie. I really do, honestly.
Oh, all right.
I wanted to ask about a specific recommended meditation or sound that would best put me into the meditative state for my own channel.
Well, what have you already attempted? What have you already attracted yourself to?
Tibetan throat singing.
All right.
All
Well,
right.
why do you
helps.
think you're attracted to it?
Because it works.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Oh, one moment. I am told by your guide to add one word to this.
Yes.
Duh.
All right, I love it.
No offense.
No, none taken.
All right.
Appreciate it. And
Yes.
I've had a few extraterrestrial UFO experiences, and
Yes.
a few of them felt like I was looking at myself.
Well, in most cases, you are looking at another version of yourself in
Right.
those encounters. And I mean that generally for anyone who
Right.
has those kinds of encounters.
Okay,
It
and-
usually involves another counterpart
Okay.
of your oversoul.
And one of the ideas or thoughts that came through was that I was looking at an Anunnaki form.
Well, not exactly, no.
Not exactly. Okay, can you help me
but
with that?
it's simply your recognition that those genes are being turned on
Okay.
by the encounter, by the exposure to the energy.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
All right.
And I wanted to ask if I work with the Pleiadian or Syrian energies as well, because I've been feeling
From time to time, yes. A little bit more one than the other from time to time, but in general, you have both connections.
Would you recommend that I tap into any one of those more?
I
than
would
the
not
other?
recommend anything that doesn't excite you.
Okay. Awesome. And my final question is actually about the significance to you of the number 5 and how that
The
plays.
number
about-
of humanity.
What
The number of humanity.
is the number 5?
Yes. How many fingers do you have?
5.
How many extensions from your body do you have?
5.
Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. And in relation to that, in establishing men's circles, do you have
One
any?
moment. We heard that. Somebody said, what about the 6th one?
Okay.
In this particular case, despite what most males think, it doesn't count.
I didn't hear that. That was nice. In relation to that, do you have any recommendations for focuses in terms of helping the masculine or the males on this planet? In
Well, again, the idea is to know that in spirit you are both and neither.
right.
And to allow yourself to align with that spirit essence as much as you possibly can will automatically provide a willingness to express balance in your life with respect to the masculine and feminine energies.
So maybe focusing more on an androgynous perception.
Not so much the idea of being androgynous, no. It doesn't mean that you have to stop being a male or that women have to stop being female. It's just about the idea of expressing balance. Yes?
Yes.
Does
Okay.
that help?
Yes, it does. I'm good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Good day, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
In the last time we spoke, I was asking you about the work that I do with the Divine Diamond.
Yes.
And you told me at that time that you weren't able to, at that moment, say anything about
Yes.
it. Can you share anything about it with me now?
Why? What do you think you need me to share with you about it that you don't already possess?
Whatever it is that you
What
could
do
share.
you think you need me to share about it that you don't already possess? This is the sharing.
Okay.
What do you think you need me to say that you don't already know? That's the sharing.
That is what I'm struggling with the most.
No, you're missing the point.
Yeah.
What do you believe you need me or someone else to say that you don't already know or aren't automatically provided when you need it? This is the sharing.
Okay.
This information, what I just asked you, is the sharing. And therefore should light a flame within you to understand that you already know what you need to know and don't need to ask anyone else if there's something missing.
You would be the only one I would ask.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Why do you think there's something else that you need to know that you don't already know?
There's nothing I can say about that.
Sure there is. There's a lot you can say about it.
Well,
Because you obviously feel the need to ask. So why do you have the need to ask about what you already know? Are you not certain about what you know?
at this time, there's a lot of confusion.
And what is the confusion? Can you be specific about how this confusion expresses itself in your life, in your actions?
There's an extreme sensitivity right now, and
To what?
To energies.
An extreme sensitivity.
To-
All right, but how do you define sensitivity? In what way are you experiencing this concept, sensitivity? Because it's not automatically a negative thing.
No, it's more of the collective conscious.
I understand what you're saying, but
yes.
that is not answering our question.
I'm
Why are
confused.
you expressing this in a way that sounds somewhat negative?
All I know is there's a lot of confusion.
I understand, but now you're back to square one.
I wouldn't say it's negative. It's just overwhelming.
All right, overwhelming is a little bit different, and that's fine.
Yes.
So, what in your imagination can you do to slow down a bit, to be able to feel that you can handle the energy at a pace that's more comfortable and less confusing for you? What would you need to do in your life to change your pace to a degree that you feel you can handle what is being presented to you?
Okay.
Can you answer the question? You don't have to, but can you? What can you do in your life to slow down so that you can handle the information and energy coming to you in a way that won't seem overwhelming or confusing or make you feel overly sensitized? What can you do? What can you imagine that you could do? You already have in your mind a picture, an imagination that things are coming to you in a way that allows you to feel overwhelmed. Yes, that's what you just said. Yes?
Yeah, there's just extreme sensitivity.
Now listen, you're not listening. You are already imagining and defining this experience in a way, picturing it in a way that allows you to experience overwhelm and extreme sensitivity in a way that you don't prefer to. What is it you're already imagining or defining that creates that sensation? How are you picturing the idea or imagining or defining the idea of energy coming to you in such a way as to create this sensation of sensitivity? What picture do you have?
I see it more environmentally than specifically coming to me. It's more like
All right,
the
but you're still
environment.
describing something. You're still defining something.
Well, it's a feeling again. There's
No, the feeling doesn't exist in a vacuum. I understand the feeling is there. But what we're asking you to do is trace the feeling back to an actual definition. And sometimes it helps to actually understand and be in touch with how you're picturing your relationship to the environment you say is allowing you to feel overly sensitized. So how are you picturing yourself in your reality, in the environment, in a way that is making you have the feeling?
like an alien.
Thank you.
Yes.
So, it's all right to understand that you are going to make stronger connections of awareness to those components of your greater self that may be considered alien or extraterrestrial. You don't have to define your connection and increasing awareness of that connection in a way that allows you to feel uncomfortable where you chose to be on Earth. So don't make being or connecting to alienness so alien. Make it a natural thing. Yes, it's a natural thing to start expanding my consciousness and connecting to things that are perhaps alien to Earth. But I can incorporate that as part of why I chose to be on Earth, because I can bring that perspective, that so-called alien perspective, down to Earth and transform it in a way and express it in a way that helps serve the purpose I chose to be here to help with the transformation of energy. I don't have to experience being overly sensitive to it just because it's alien. I can find a new definition of connecting to alien energy that can actually work on the Earth. That's where your own imagination needs to come to the forefront here.
So my question is, I've been meditating a lot and asking to have a little more contact and communication with this part of myself.
First things first.
Okay.
Find the definition that will allow you to be able to use more contact. Otherwise, it's not going to happen, and that's what's causing the discordance, is you don't yet have a definition that will allow that connection to actually express itself in a way that would be beneficial to you. So, but change the definition, and you will. Make alien not so alien, and then it will be something that can be more smoothly experienced by you. Yes?
Yes.
Don't make such a difference between those on Earth and those from elsewhere, because to us, you're alien.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
All of you. So it doesn't make any difference. You're already alien. You're already on Earth. You're human and alien. It's all the same thing. It's just a different point of view. So don't make such a difference between the two, and you won't feel it as being so different. That's the dichotomy that you're creating in your energy. Does that help?
It helps. It's just there's so much. I feel very confused today.
That's all right.
Yeah, so I'm trying to
The
process.
confusion will go away if you finally get a handle on what we just said about not creating such a definitional difference between the concept of an Earth being and an alien. It's all one and the same. It's just a different point of view. Start looking at it as a whole system that contains all those components. Start coming from the perspective of the greater being, and you'll be able to handle more and won't feel so overwhelmed. You're only feeling overwhelmed because you're trying to understand all this through your mind instead of simply understanding it through your spirit.
When I'm actually working, this is not so much the issue.
Of course it's not, because you're flowing your energy
Yes.
and are more in alignment, and that's what we're saying.
Yeah.
You have to make there be no difference between the state where you don't feel it and the state where you do. You're making a difference between those states, and so you're feeling the difference. Stop defining them as different. When you walk down the street, you're doing the same thing that you do when you express any kind of energy. You're expressing it all the time. Remember, all of you think of yourselves as people. You're a projection of your greater consciousness. You're all channeling your personalities all the time. It's not who you are. It's a part of who you are, but it's not who you are. You are a greater being. Start coming from that point of view, and you'll know that you can handle more, because it won't be just left up to what you consider yourself to be as a personality, which is a very small fragment of what you actually are as beings.
Can I ask you about the definition of when we have a master or a spiritual teacher?
Somebody who is fully realized, or at least more so. They're coming from that position of the greater perspective.
Yeah. And the importance of their guidance at this time when there is confusion is
to provide examples that you can emulate. Remember that the teacher, the master, the first thing a master knows is that you are also a master. If you would only wake up to that fact and act like it, then you will experience the mastery, and it won't be confusing.
They are there to help you wake up to that fact.
They are there to remind you of who you all are, yes. They act as examples of what you can all choose to be, yes. Simple as that.
Yes, thank you very much, Bashar.
You are very welcome. Pleasant dreams.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
So I have quite a few questions.
Well, we'll see how many you get through.
Yeah, I'll just...
Or maybe what may appear to be sometimes many questions is the same question in different clothing.
That is profound. Thank you. Well, I live a pretty miraculous, magical life
All
for the
right.
most part. I follow my bliss.
Oh, for the most part.
And-
All right. I follow my bliss.
To the best of my ability.
Except when, all right. As long as you know it's to the best of your ability, then the rest doesn't need to matter. But go ahead anyway.
Well, so I have this pressing question.
Oh, pressing,
that
yes.
It's been kind of circulating in my life since the summer solstice.
Yes.
Which I know this year, 2015, has been a lot of planetary alignments and amazing breakthroughs in a lot of humans' lives. And for me, the summer solstice, I went to a Mayan ceremony where we had a sacred fire manifesting ceremony.
Yes.
And this guy came up to me and said, "Do I know you?" And there was this soul recognition.
Yes. On your
And-
part as well?
On my part as well.
All right.
But then the very next day, we went to the Mayan medicine man who was giving readings and
Yes.
drawing out facial charts
Yes,
of
yes, yes.
what he does. And
Yes.
basically, the synchronicity came in where the same guy who came up to me came in right after me.
Yes.
And the medicine man was blown away because we had basically almost the same, well, a very aligned chart.
Yes.
And he wanted to see me after the reading because he wanted to tell me a couple of things. And when I talked to him,
Yes.
his eyes were huge saucers, like just
Flying saucers?
yes.
Oh, all right.
Very, very galactic.
Yes.
And he had never seen it before, where someone or two people had come in back to back the
Yes.
way it was aligned
All
that
right.
way.
Well, congratulations for making his day.
Right. So anyway, but ever since then, we kind of started kind of hanging out and seeing each other
Notice the
through soul family.
qualification. Kinda.
Yes.
Why the
Because we're
hesitation
exploring
suddenly?
it, because there's like this
Then why not just say, well,
exploration.
we're exploring?
So we're exploring that.
All right.
And I guess it's been very unique and interesting as
Yes.
far as, I mean, I know soul family connection and
Yes.
very close, tight-knit connection.
All right.
But
Well, that sounds all exciting, and so?
so this seems to be very different.
What
In,
seems to be different?
So you talked about soulmates earlier,
Yes.
and this almost feels like something different even than that. There's a definition that I'm having
Well, it
a hard
is.
time defining.
It's called a
'cause
counterpart.
okay.
Do you understand
I-
this term?
No.
Two aspects of the same oversoul who happen to overlap in the time frame of your physical life. You're meeting another aspect of your own oversoul.
That's what it feels like.
Well, that's why I said that.
So it's almost like when we're together, the energies of what makes up our physical bodies sort of mixes. And
Yes.
sometimes I have no memory of even being
Yes.
with him because it's like
You're operating on a different
on
level.
a higher level or something.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Can you tell me more about that?
More about it.
The counterpart thing.
Well, it's as simple as what we described. In other words,
Okay.
what you typically call past lives, future lives, you understand it all exists at the same time,
Yes.
yes? But sometimes when you're coming from a linear time frame, when you're saying, well, this life was in the past, this life's in the future, you can understand that some lives actually overlap in the same lifetime.
Oh, wow.
Because
So, like,
it's
we're the
just
same
different
life?
extent. No.
Okay.
Same lifetime span. The idea is that everything exists all at once, and even what you call a past life is just another extension of the oversoul, but it's experiencing itself simultaneously with you, but in what you call a different time frame.
Right.
But to the oversoul, that doesn't mean anything because it's experiencing all those lives at the same time. It's just that sometimes you have different counterparts that overlap in the lifespan. And sometimes, not always, when you encounter them for different purposes, as you've arranged to do so and set things up for you, then you will have that recognition that they are, in a sense, even closer than a soul family per se, because they're actually another projection of the same oversoul that you are a projection of.
Okay. So I guess my other question on that then is, as a magical fairy romanticist, is this just me projecting my own meaning into thinking like, because it's so unusual and unique, that I'm just exploring what the purpose is of meeting this person right
Well,
now?
the purpose, as we have already said, to every relationship is
To mirror a part of myself.
that you provide the reflections to the other that allows them to become more of themselves as they do the same for you. Period. No other assumptions or expectations need to come into it because
Right.
when you do that for each other, in service to each other, in love for each other, that way, no matter what happens, you will know that that is the purpose of the relationship. And thus you will allow it to be whatever it actually is, and whatever it actually is will manifest, not what you assume it needs to be.
Right. I've already gathered that.
All right. So just by letting it be what it is and using it for what it is, then it will go whatever path and route it needs to take and take whatever shape it needs to take. And it will happen automatically because you're allowing it to be what it is. And it will keep changing.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes. So on that note,
Yes.
I have a sort of another branch question to that. I've been meeting other people that seem to be a part of this oversoul, that are just very strong connections that are activating me.
Well, not all of them are, but this may also be one of the ways in which you happen to do things. Some people do that more often than others. Some people interact with a lot of their counterparts. Some people interact with fewer counterparts. Some people interact with none of them.
It just seems to be this year for some reason. Like, this is the
Well,
year.
this is your timing.
Yeah, okay.
This is how you're gathering yourself together. This is how you're getting reflections of different aspects of your consciousness so that you can start functioning more holistically as a more integrated being. Yes?
Beautiful. Wow.
Does this help?
It helps a lot. Thank you.
If you really want an analogy that we've given before, this is actually one of the perfect representations of what we call the shards of the shattered mirror. You are gathering the shards of the mirror together in order to have a whole, complete reflection. But you're getting a different perspective from every shard. Yes?
And there's quite a few, yeah.
Oh yeah, there's quite a few.
Thank you.
Does this help you?
It does so much.
All right, well, thank you for allowing us to reflect that to you.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
Andrew, you good day.
How are you?
Perfect, and you?
Good, thank you.
All right.
So first I just want to share that and say thank you for teaching me to tap into my highest excitement.
No, all right. But you taught yourself. We just simply gave information. You have to be the one to apply it in order to get the effect. So thank you for allowing yourself to feel the effect.
You're welcome. Since I've been tapping into that, I shifted into a new career.
Oh, all right.
Been amazing, and just learning how to, go with the flow.
Yes.
With whatever,
More exciting, yes.
wherever my excitement takes me.
Yes, more exciting, yes.
Yes.
All right.
Amazing.
Yes.
And then I wasn't operating that way in relationship, and was doing a lot of work on it, and then I realised that I was just too afraid to tap into that
All right.
and trust that
Good investigating of yourself.
what was going to turn out. So I was fed up with not following my highest excitement and gave
Thank
into
you.
it like 2 weeks ago.
Yes, thank you.
And that same night I got a call from someone that I knew from 3 years ago.
How synchronous. Isn't that amazing how that happens?
That's how it works.
Yes,
And
that's
then,
how it works. If only most of you would believe that.
It takes a minute to get to that place. And
Maybe, maybe not.
sometimes. And then,
Messages coming through.
what is it?
Oh, you'll find out.
Can you tell me what it is?
Oh, you'll find out.
All right. I'll trust. that I'll
Thank
find
you.
out. You're welcome.
Why change that course now?
I know. It's awesome.
Yes, it is.
So then when I got the call from the guy, we ended up connecting, and I started listening to my highest excitement and following that. And we...
More messages coming in from different sources.
Coming in.
You seem to have very active guides.
I must do.
So,
And so then we went out on the Tuesday night, and we've been connecting ever since, and he's here in the audience tonight.
all right.
And we're just following our highest excitement, and
Well,
it
thank
just
you.
feels really amazing
To the
be
best
in the
of your
moment.
ability with no insistence on a particular outcome?
Yes.
Please do the whole formula.
Yes.
All
I
right.
kind of consider following your highest excitement as the whole formula. I just kind of wrap it into the one word so it's shorter.
That's all right. It's just that we realize in having conversations with many of you that a lot of you use the first phrase but forget the rest of it.
Yeah.
So we're just making sure that you understand it's a holistic thing. Then you can refer to it however you wish.
Yes, thank you. Yes, it's been amazing.
All right.
Just wanted to share that.
Why, thank you.
And then I have another question.
Yes.
My mum passed away 4 years ago,
Oh, all right.
or transitioned, and I'm curious to if you have any awareness of what she's transitioned into, or whether she's still...
Into spirit.
into spirit. Does she come into any other forms, or
Any other forms?
like another body, or has she stayed?
Well, again, please remember that while that can be an experience, it's not actually mechanically what really happens. There's no such thing as reincarnation mechanically, because everything exists at once. If all lives exist at once, how can you become another person? Do you understand?
Yeah, can you elaborate
But you
on
can
it?
make a connection to another person in such a way as to draw upon their experiences, and to you that would feel like a memory because of your linear space-time framework. But that doesn't mean you were actually that person. It might be another extension of the oversoul, but it still exists simultaneously with you. So you don't become another person. You are who you are. But you can have that experience as if you have. Because you are everything. Because you're all that is. Nevertheless, she's doing fine. One moment. Was she in any way, shape, or form artistic?
Artistic?
Yes, artistic. Writing, painting, drawing,
She
music,
did
anything
drawings.
like that. Drawings? All right. So one of the things that she's doing now is helping someone creatively with the idea of illustrations for a book.
Wow.
Acting kind of as a guide in that direction.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Yes, it's fun.
Yeah. Thank you.
And of course, very aware of the fact that you have entered another chapter in your life. In the story that you tell yourself, of yourself.
Yeah.
So, illustrate it with beautiful paintings. Yes?
Thank you. Yes.
All right. Will that do it?
One more question.
Yes.
So I did ayahuasca a year ago.
Oh, all right.
And when I was in that state,
Yes.
I got a message that I didn't need to do it again, and that it was kind of like, oh, okay, this is it. I guess I'm the universe, and it's just
At that
how
moment,
it
that is
in
true
that
for
moment.
you. Because remember, the whole point of doing that is to become familiar enough with the state to simply generate it anytime you need to on your own. That's what the teachers teach you, how to not need the teachers anymore. That's why we're giving you all this information, to put ourselves out of a job. Because once you understand this information, then we can be friends and we can play, but you don't need us to tell you these things anymore because you'll already understand them. And you'll be living the way we do. Yes?
Yes.
And isn't that fun? All right.
It's awesome.
So,
So
you
I
have, obviously, the ability to receive the messages that you need to receive clearly.
Yeah.
So you don't need to ask, what was that message? What was that message? But synchronistically, you showed yourself that you receive messages all the time.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Well, yes, but crazy good.
Yeah, crazy, amazing.
Yes, crazy amazing.
So I have an opportunity to experience that again. When I came out of the experience, I had a lot of fear around part of the experience. Felt like I got really confronted with the feeling of just being the universe and not having
All right.
like another person to interact with. So I wanted to get some insight on
Change
that.
your definitions. Change your definitions, you will change your experience.
Okay,
Plain and simple.
perfect.
May we address you, therefore, from this point forward as Crazy Maisie?
Sure,
Oh, all right. Thank you, Crazy Maisie.
love it. Thank you.
Good day.
Good day.
Or should I say, good eye?
Good day, mate.
All right.
Hello, Tadeo.
Nania.
We have a few questions from our Ustream listeners.
Yes.
So one of them is, if you cannot perceive what you're not the vibration of,
Yes.
then how can enlightened masters exist on the same version of Earth that people of much lower vibrations do?
They don't. You're seeing a version of them that is applicable to the level of reality that you're on. Because you have an agreement in your reality that you can see at least a part of them as the example that you need to perceive to see the light within yourself. But you're not seeing all of them. And they are choosing to allow a part of themselves to be viewed to contain a part of themselves that is relevant for that vibration. Otherwise, it would be pointless. There would be no interaction at all. So what they've accepted is a definition of themselves and a definition of reality and a vibration of reality that contains the ability for you to perceive at least a portion of each other, the portion that is relevant for what the exchange needs to be. But you're not perceiving all of them.
So we exist within a bandwidth, and
Yes.
in a sense, you could say like they're lowering their frequency or a version of their
They
frequency.
contain
Oh, yeah, they
a lower
contain.
frequency that creates a relevant representation of them for those on that frequency. But it's only a portion of how they experience themselves.
And that's sort of the representation of the 51% positive idea that even though we might be in a dense reality at this point, we still can perceive higher vibrational beings and information.
If you let go and align with the idea of the 51% flow, then yes.
So, well, that makes a lot of sense, but it also gives a lot of positive, I guess, hope that people can expand and
Yes.
move in a direction where they can become those same masters.
Where they can know that they already are. That's how
Right,
you become
on another
one.
level.
Yes.
Yes. It's very good. Okay, and what's the true nature and purpose of unrequited love?
Unrequited love,
Yes.
there's no such thing. If it is unrequited, it isn't love. It's expectation. It's not allowing the relationship to be what it is. It's not accepting the love in the form in which it actually comes in that relationship as being real enough, as being good enough. That's the only thing that creates the idea of unrequited, is you're not really paying attention to what it is, you're only paying attention to what you expect it to be.
This is the part about wanting your life to be a certain way and not accepting the way in which you actually manifest something.
Yes.
And not looking for the way to use whatever is presented to you in a positive way.
Correct.
Rather than using it for, in a sense, it's self-diminishment, right?
Correct.
That's what gives the person who's experiencing the unrequited love feeling that sad feeling.
Yes, because the real unrequited love is that they're not loving themselves as much as they could. That's what's unrequited. And they're simply getting a reflection of that.
Right. So the other person's also reflecting to them that they don't accept themselves and they don't.
Yes. The unrequited factor is within the person experiencing unrequited love, not in the other.
Why do humans get so extreme about?
Because your world is a world of extremes. And how are you going to have mastery if you're not willing to experience the extremes? You can only get mediocrity, not mastery. To experience mastery, you have to experience the extremes. Yes?
Yeah, that's definitely a positive way to look at it.
It is. One that we would highly recommend. Because it has so many more benefits to it.
It does. It does. And this last one, the person is asking, how can I be a part of the BASHAR family in person when I live on the other side of the world?
The other side of the world? But your world is a tiny little ball floating in space. The other side is a relatively close distance. Again, it's about trusting the synchronicity. And the very fact that you have been able to insert a question here, no matter where you are, means you are suddenly part of the family, doesn't it? You have many paths and many ways to know that you are part of the family. And you have just demonstrated that to yourself.
And whenever we experience the frequency that we associate with you, it connects us all.
Yes.
Also.
Yes. Because that is what our frequency is all about. Integration, connection, community, love, support, joy. Yes.
Well, we certainly appreciate the love that you give to us, Bashar.
As we appreciate the journey that each and every one of you are also on. Is it time for your holotope?
It is.
Well then, we shall allow you a brief intermission so that you may arrange your holotopic experience, and we will return for a guided meditation to help lock in these ideas for you with that particular permission slip today, if that's what you would prefer. Take a brief break. We will resume the transmission shortly. How's it going? Good? But it'll say, let us continue this transmission by allowing each and every one of you to take a moment to relax. Become comfortable. Start to simply gently breathe easily in and out. Allow yourselves to let go. And you can begin to lower your lights and bring up your music. And allow yourselves begin to dream and drift as you keep your eyes on the center of the holotope. And allow yourself to go into other realms along this journey that we invite you to join us on. From the central sun of your system out to the outer worlds. Each ring on the holotope represents another orbit, another planet, another artifact. So that as we go through this permission slip meditation now, you allow yourselves to know that what's happening is the laying of a foundation, the laying out of a template, an energetic template that will begin to paint the way out to the stars. Allow yourselves to continue to breathe easily and deeply, in and out. Allow every concern of the day to melt away. All you need to know right now is in front of you. The sounds and sights, the darkness and light, the vibrant colors, the energy and the atmosphere in which you are now immersed will begin to transport you farther and farther, deeper and deeper into the system. So that as you rise in your imagination from the surface of the earth over the Great Pyramid in Egypt and focus your attention upward onto the moon, you allow yourself, as you gaze upon the holotope and move out to the next orbit, to imagine yourself rising up and up through the atmosphere and into space, surrounded by the stars, embedded in the velvet blackness, as the moon grows closer and closer and closer. And as you begin to approach the lunar body with its beautiful glow of reflected sunlight, you begin to pick out finer features. And as you drift toward the moon and magnify all that you see down on the surface below you of that lunar body, the next artifact, a pyramid, such as that as displayed in Egypt, comes into view with similar orientation, but with a slightly different energy. For this is the artifact that reminds you that this is the first step on your journey from child to adult, as you take your place among the stars as a star-faring people, learning to connect to the rest of your family who await you with open arms and deep, unconditional love. And as you continue past the moon and begin to focus on the next orbit, in the small red speck that is your planet of Mars, that grows and grows and grows larger as you approach, smoothly gliding through the vacuum of space. Yet you feel the gravity and the electromagnetic pull of this planet, that which had life long ago and memories long ago of your spiritual journey coming into the system, and the incarnations experienced long ago on Mars when life was possible there. And now you begin in your orbit around the Martian body to see the remnants and the reminders, and you come upon the pyramid yet again, that which some people on your planet are aware of but have not yet revealed to the rest of you. This pyramid again reflecting and resonating and hearkening to the other artifacts. that bids you continue on your journey outward, but brings with it new understandings of who and what you are, of your genetic connection to other worlds, of your life's journey, your spiritual journey of incarnating into this system to experience the transformation, the change that will allow you to ultimately remember your freedom and experience yourselves once again as aspects of Source and reflections of the multidimensional crystal of creation. And as you continue your journey outward, and you come upon all of the remnants that float in space, that form a necklace around the sun of tumbling asteroids, reflecting and shining, and dark and light, that once upon a time there was a planet upon which there was another artifact, but that this was where your first incarnations happened in the solar system, so that you journeyed from Maldek to Mars to Earth in your incarnational stepping stones into the system, to ultimately ensconce yourself within the path that would lead to transformation and call you back out into the system again to retrace your steps and reflect on your journey and to see how far you've come. And so as you pass through the asteroid belt with the memory of that time, taking all that with you, gathering it all together, and heading toward the giant Jupiter in the next orbit out, as you gaze upon the holotope and see the next orbit and take up with that orbit among all the moons of Jupiter, and as you pass over the great red spot and the ever-watching eye, and continue on your journey to the outer realms, to the outer worlds, into rarefied space, the crossing of this threshold, the crossing of this line, the crossing of this border, in your first step on the other side of your system, as a society, as a people, and you come upon the great ringed Saturn, the reflection and symbol of the council of your system, and you allow yourself to come upon its shrouded moon of Titan with its methane mists and lakes and seas. And as you descend below the orange clouds and break through to the surface below and soar over the dark methane seas and lakes and rivers, you come upon a plateau, and thereupon, once again, the pyramid, the artifact that now points the way toward the edge of the system, that gives you a deeper understanding of balance and connection to all of the different associations and alliances that exist within your galaxy, and bids you go forth with confidence and certainty into a new realm and a new awareness of yourselves. And as you proceed outward and leave Saturn behind and Titan behind, and pass over the blue-green worlds of Uranus and Neptune, and come to the outer edge of your system, and the small body with its own moon, Pluto and Charon, exhibiting a similar relationship to the Earth and the Moon in the sense of being another body whose moon is a sizable proportion of the planet it orbits. So there is kinship here, and connection here, and similarity even in the differences that exist between you. And upon Pluto, do you find the final artifact at the edge of your system, and you realize that your system actually has no edge and no end, and that it will continue on to the next star, and that there are other worlds to explore beyond this mark. For in that artifact are all the deep mysteries of your path, your past, your present, and your future, and the transformations that are taking place upon the Earth at that time of becoming the sixth hybrid race, in the expansion of your consciousness, in the opening of your hearts, and the upliftment of your awareness. You are becoming other than what you have been before. Something new, something different, something profound. And as you set your sights beyond Pluto, taking with you all the information that that artifact has to offer, and you take your first step out to the stars and leave the cradle behind, so that you now become the adult you were meant to be. A galactic adult, Homo galacticus, a new species with a new understanding and new insights, a new vision of who and what not only you were and are, but can be. An expanded being, an aware being, a balanced being, an eternal being, a being supported by unconditional love, a being of forever, a being of eternity. Gaze upon this map set before you as the template that you shall follow as a society, as you venture not only out further into space, but also venture further deeper within. For the two will happen simultaneously. And the further you go in, the farther you will go out. And they shall become one journey, both inwardly and outwardly. And all will be recognized as reflective symbols in the heavens that speak to you as a book and reveal to you all that has been hidden and all that needs to be known for you to be who you truly are in the reclamation of your birthright as cosmic beings, beings of the stars, made of the stars, exploring the stars, and connecting to other minds, other hearts, other consciousness, and seeing new reflections of the one that you are within the eyes of others that welcome you home, that welcome you back into your true selves. Breathe this in and make it your legacy. Make it your own. And allow yourselves to drift in the deep darkness between the stars. And know that you are home, and all the stars are nothing but reflections of all the aspects of your being. And you feel the love and the support as you drift in the eternal freedom that is yours to choose who you prefer to be. Continue to breathe this reality into being. Accept, acknowledge, appreciate, and allow. Allow your music to fade. but also allow it to remain within you forever. Allow your lights to dim, but allow that light to burn within your heart forever, for it shall never go out, and you can use it to light the path that will lead you into the unknown, where you shall discover nothing more than more of yourself, a reflection of all that is. In beauty and grace, you will behold the new you. Allow yourselves to breathe and drift and dream. We welcome you home as family. Our unconditional love to you all. Dream and drift, drift and dream, and awaken with lucidity into the new reality that you are creating, even as we speak. For every moment is a new moment of eternity, from every possible point of view. Breathe deeply in and out. And dream yourself alive. But it'll say good day to you this day of your time. How are you all? All right. All right, thank you. Thank you for the co-creation of this interaction. Thank you for the allowance of this transmission. It is always our pleasure to interact with each and every one of you and all of you together. And in deep appreciation, we will now begin this transmission with what we have titled The Formula. Many of you have heard us talk about how important it is, how crucial it is to act on your highest passion, follow your highest excitement. And we have delved into, from many different directions, why this is crucial in life. Because excitement is the vibration, your physical translation of the vibration of your true self, your true frequency. It is also your physical body's translation of communication from the higher mind. That's how it translates. When the higher mind is communicating with you, it translates as that sensation you call excitement, creativity, love, passion, joy. But the idea is that we have perceived that sometimes there can be some misunderstandings, a little bit of lack of clarity about the specifics of following the formula, the three-part formula that we have often delivered. The three-part formula being that you act on your highest passion every moment that you can, to the best of your ability, taking it as far as you can until you can take it no further, with absolutely zero insistence or assumption as to what the outcome ought to be, how you need to get where you're going, or any such specific idea being held on to. This three-part formula, as we have said, will activate the kit of excitement, the complete kit that contains all the tools necessary. But in these three parts, we have discovered that sometimes there perhaps are different interpretations about what those different parts actually represent or refer to. So today, we would like to dig a little deeper, delve a little deeper, and explain, based on what you have before you as your handout, some more specific ideas about what each segment actually refers to. This may not even necessarily be everything, every specific detail. but it will be a good start to help clarify the concept a little bit more. So, Nania, do you have your handout? Come up and read, if you will be willing to assist. All right. All right, so under the first part of the formula, to act on your passion, what is the first subheading? Everyone can follow along.
You're talking about number 1, right?
Yes.
Okay. Take action on the opportunity that contains the highest excitement.
Yes, that's the principle itself. What is the first subheading?
The highest excitement doesn't have to come in the form of a project or a career.
Yes. This is very important to understand because very often people will say, well, I don't know what my excitement is. And often they are thinking that it has to come in a specific recognizable form, some kind of a life-spanning career or long-term project, or come with trumpets blowing. No. When we talk about the idea of acting on your excitement, your highest excitement, we mean it can be as simple as every moment of every day you have a number of options available to you that you are able to take some action on. Very basic, very simple. It can be reading a book, having lunch with a friend, talking to someone, taking a walk on the beach. Whatever option contains even just a little bit more excitement than any other option at that level, that's the one to act on first. Because the more excitement it contains than any other is telling you, through the synchronicity tool of excitement, that this is the order in which to act on these options. The one that contains the most excitement, that has the greatest ability to be acted upon, is the first one to act on. And it can be step by step, very simple. When you do that, it may lead to larger and larger and larger representations of excitement coming in different forms that will be more apparent, more obvious to you. But really all we mean is you can take it a step at a time on every level, even the most basic level, and just at every moment act on the one that contains the most excitement, more than any other excitement you have the greatest ability to do something about. That's really all it means, step by step, and it will lead to other representations and other experiences and other opportunities that will allow you to express your excitement in grander ways. And the next subheading
is as long as an option contains even a little more excitement than any other option, act on it first.
That's as we just said. Again, this is easy to do. We will assume, we may be wrong, but we will assume that you're all here today because this is what it excited you to do. But when you leave this transmission, this interaction today, again, you will have a number of options available to you. The only thing you need to do to activate this principle is just look at all the options and just choose to act on the one that contains more excitement than any other, even if it's only just a little bit more. That will be your clue and your indication that that comes first. Because again, one of the tools, as we will point out again later, is that excitement carries the organizing principle through synchronicity. And it will show you exactly in what order things need to be done, when they need to be done, and thus anything that doesn't fit in that day when you're done doesn't need to be done that day. It truly organizes your life automatically. The next subheading.
Excitement is your body's physical translation of a communication from your higher mind.
People on your planet ask all the time, how can I get a sign from my higher mind? How can I learn to communicate with my higher mind? How can I learn to recognize communication from it? I don't know, it must be difficult. Not at all. The things that excite you the most is actually your translation of that communication. So, when you're willing to act on the thing that contains the highest excitement, that is actually you paying attention to the message from your higher mind that's guiding you from a higher position, a broader point of view, saying, do this now, do this next, do this next. This is the order that works best for you. And when you act on that excitement to the best of your ability, with zero insistence on the outcome, that is actually your response to the higher mind. That's going, I hear you loud and clear, and so I will act on that, knowing that you are guiding me. And when you then respond to the higher mind through that action, because you are physical, so action must be taken to demonstrate your commitment to receive that communication from the higher mind. When you do that, then the higher mind knows you're listening, knows you're paying attention, and it can start giving you more things to act on that contain more excitement. But if you're not paying attention, if you're not acting on the excitement that it presents to you, that it communicates to you, why should it give you more? It would be pointless. So the higher mind will always wait for you to demonstrate that you've heard the higher mind through the translation of excitement, and that you are willing to respond to the higher mind through your actions. And then you start that dialogue going, and you start the ball rolling, and you start the momentum, and it will accelerate and accelerate and expand from there. And next,
check your beliefs to make sure you aren't making anxiety appear to be excitement.
this is crucial, because many people will be afraid to face their fears because of negative belief systems within themselves about what it is they think they will encounter if they go exploring those things. And so many times they will gloss those anxieties, those fear-based beliefs over. They will ignore them. They will deny that they're there. They will not want to explore them, not want to admit that they're there. And so even though they may actually be feeling anxious, they may attempt to avoid looking at it or investigating it by making it appear or labeling it as my excitement. You have to be very clear in discerning within yourself what is truly excitement-based and what may be anxiety or fear-based. This is absolutely crucial, as is its reciprocal,
which is check your beliefs to make sure you aren't making excitement appear to be anxiety through fear-based definition.
Yes. Many people on your planet will not be willing to act on their excitement because of fear-based definitions of what they think will happen if they do. Something bad will happen, or this will happen, or I'll lose this, or people will laugh at me or judge me, or I won't belong, and everyone will walk away from me, and many other different kinds of fear-based beliefs if you are actually acting on your excitement. But the idea then is to, again, in the reverse, make sure that you are not dampening down your excitement, the things that could actually be what will give you the best possible life, just because you have a definition that isn't actually a definition of excitement. This is the irony, this is the paradox, as many people say, well, yes, I would love to act on my highest excitement, but if I do, I'm afraid that something bad will happen. That's not a definition of excitement. It's a different definition. You have to understand that in the purest form, excitement, by definition, cannot contain anything that would actually create a negative experience. So if you're making an association of a negative potential experience to the idea of excitement, then the definition you have created is actually not a real definition of excitement. It's a different kind of definition based on that fear-based belief. So be clear within yourself that you are not damping down your excitement by having an erroneous definition of it, by attaching negative definitions to it that don't belong there. Does this make sense to you? I'm sorry? Yes. Thank you. And so, the next principle.
All right, the next, number 2,
Yes.
is act on that excitement to the best of your ability.
All right, now, as you can see in this diagram, there is a lot of clarification in this particular section, because there are many different interpretations on your planet from different people about what acting on it to the best of your ability actually means. What is the first subheading?
Well, the first subheading is use all your skills, talents, imagination, and abilities in taking action.
Yes. Basically, this translates to the idea that if you actually are passionate about something, really, truly, you will use everything you've got. You will stop at nothing to allow yourself to express, to act on, to mimic, to mock up, to model, to mirror. Every skill will be brought to the forefront. Every ability that you have will be sought out and utilized and applied in your life to match the frequency of the passion you say that you are passionate about. So allow yourself to go forward full steam ahead when you know you are clearly acting on your excitement. Don't hold back. Otherwise, again, you're not really committing. You're not really demonstrating to the higher mind that it's a full commitment, that you actually believe that this frequency is representative of your passion or this opportunity or this doorway. Use every skill you have as best as you possibly can, and it will accelerate you greatly. And next.
Okay. Act to the fullest degree you are able to act.
Again, this is a reinforcement of understanding that you must go all the way to the degree you are truly able to act on it. Not only bringing all the skills, but taking it as far as you can until you can take it no further. Exhaust every possible avenue. Take it all the way out. Again, if you are truly, truly passionate about something, you will stop at nothing. It will be your driving force. You will look for every nook and cranny, every doorway, every window, every path you possibly can to take it as far as you possibly can until your reality through synchronicity shows you there is simply nothing else that you can possibly do. And next.
If more than one opportunity has equal ability to be acted upon, choose either, and it will show you whether or not to continue down that path.
Again, through synchronicity, the idea is that if it seems to be that there are equal opportunities with equal abilities and equal excitement, it really won't matter which one you choose first. You might as well just flip a coin. Because if it is not the path of least resistance for you, it will be self-contained within the toolkit of excitement, and something will happen synchronistically to demonstrate to you that that wasn't necessarily the choice that serves you best. That ability, that reflectivity is built into, automatically built into every single opportunity that you act on if it is being acted on to the best of your ability from your highest excitement. And using the coin analogy, we are serious about that because sometimes the idea is you don't really know which one might be representative of your highest excitement sometimes until you actually flip the coin. You may think they're equal, but sometimes when you flip a coin and say, all right, if it's heads, I'll take path A. If it's tails, I'll take path B. And you flip it and it comes up tails and you go, oh, path B, oh darn, I really wanted path A. You will reveal to yourself in that coin flip what really contains more excitement. But if after even the flipping of the coin they still seem equal, then again, it doesn't really matter which path you take, for if it is not the path of least resistance, if it is not the path that serves you best at that moment, it will contain what it needs to contain to reflect to you that you need to choose the other path, because this is an automatic guidance system. It is an automatic self-perpetuating, self-guiding system, self-correcting system. It contains everything that you need. So you can utilize it that way as well. And next.
Keep acting on it until you have no more ability to act.
Again, take it as far as you can until you can take it no further. And again, be clear about the idea of what it means to have an ability to act on something. And this is where we get into some of the other definitions in this segment, is there are many different interpretations on your planet in people's minds about what it means to have the ability to act on something. So let's continue with the clarification.
When you can act no further, choose the next most exciting thing you are able to take action on.
Again, you will come to crossroads in acting on your excitement when it seems the excitement is exhausted, when it seems there is nothing else you can do, you've taken it as far as you can. Then again, when you come to those crossroads, you just repeat the process. You look around for the options that are available to you at that moment on any level, and you simply act on the one that contains more excitement than any other. And you keep repeating that process over and over and over and over and over and over again. And if you always do that, then your life will always be as exciting as it possibly can be at that moment, because you're always choosing the thing that contains more excitement than anything else. And you just keep on doing that. And why? Because you have given yourself no other choice, no reason to choose anything else. That's why. And that's as simple as it needs to be. And
recognize the signs, reflections, and agreements that indicate an inability to take action.
again, this comes back down to the definitions of what ability means. Now, each and every one of you has different abilities. Each and every one of you has a different relationship with the collective. Each and every one of you may have different ways of doing things, and so what works for you may not work for someone else, and vice versa. So you have to really be aware of what your abilities are and what the synchronicity of your reality shows you you are able to actually do and not do. And
physical parameters, laws of society, moral values, and ethical standards can all indicate whether or not you have the ability to take action.
this is the biggest one that needs the most clarification on your planet. Now, some of them are relatively obvious. Physical parameters. If you are literally, physically unable to take action on something for whatever reason, then that means you are unable to take action on it, and that is as good as a crossroads. It's as good as an arrow pointing in another direction saying, this direction that you are unable to act on is not the path of least resistance. So please don't stand there banging your head against a brick wall. Turn left, turn right, go around, do something else. Choose another thing that excites you. The things that may look like obstacles physically are not obstacles. They're road signs guiding you that you need to turn left, you need to turn right, you need to turn around, here and now. And that actually will be the path of least resistance. Please remember that even though the path may seem to be winding and longer than another path you could take, if it is actually the path of least resistance, it will actually be the fastest path. Because even though another path may look shorter, if it's not the path of least resistance, it will take you longer to walk it. So don't be afraid of the winding path. If it's your true path, it will actually allow you to go with the flow much more easily. Now, the idea again of what your society in general has agreed are different kinds of ethical and moral parameters are important for you to pay attention to because you agreed to be part of this society. We understand that many times people on your planet don't necessarily agree or see the same things in the same way, morally or ethically or even legally. But the idea is to understand that if you are part of a society that in general has agreed that these things are in place for the general benefit of that society, then you have to be very, very, very clear about why you might think it's important to go against the grain of that moral imperative, that ethical structure, or those legal standards called laws, because if you go against them just because you can't see any other way, then you're just not being creative or imaginative enough. The idea to understand is that you are part of that society and you agreed to be. If you do not approve of certain laws or ethical standards, then you have every right to change them in whatever way works within your society to do so. But just violating them is not the way to do it, and the idea that the law or ethical standard exists is a sign and an indication that you don't have the ability to go in that direction. You need to see it as clearly as you would see a brick wall, again, simply being an arrow pointing in an unexpected direction that is actually representative of the path of least resistance. Let us add another example to this that we have become aware of, because this particular idea has been bandied about in your society now for quite a while, and specifically we will use the example of what is called copyright law, since this seems to be a hotbed topic in your society. The idea that we have talked about that you call pirating material that doesn't belong to you is a perfect illustration of what we are saying here. There have been some individuals in your society that have come back with what you might loosely call a rebuttal to this concept of obeying the copyright laws by saying, but there have been all sorts of laws in society that we really shouldn't have followed. For example, at one point, slavery was legal. Should we follow those laws? This is really not a correct argument and is really very surface-oriented and actually misses the point. The difference between that scenario and what you are calling the copyright laws is not apples and oranges, it is apples and broccoli. It is two completely different concepts. The idea, first and foremost, and the basic understanding here is that, yes, we understand that there can be what you would call unjust laws in your society, and that there may be people who resist those and go against them and fight to change them in a variety of ways. And sometimes civil disobedience is one of those ways that you have available to you. But the real misunderstanding in that so-called argument, which is not really an argument at all, is the difference between the two ideas. Because what you would call slavery is designed to take people's rights away. Copyright law is designed to protect people's rights. That's the difference. And so such an argument simply means the person hasn't really thought it through. It is just what you would call a knee-jerk reaction to something they want to do, and they're simply creating an excuse in their minds or a reason to break laws that actually benefit your society and are actually just laws. So be very, very clear about the idea when you bring up arguments like that and reasons like that within your own mind as to whether they actually are relevant or not, or whether you're actually missing the point on a very basic level. And the next principle.
Okay, so now we're actually on principle number 3 of the formula, which is act on that excitement with absolutely zero insistence or assumption with respect to a specific outcome.
And the first sub-principle is?
Understand that insistence on a specific outcome, manifestation, or path may actually prevent a better manifestation than you imagined.
The idea of insistence on a particular outcome may seem to be a focus on something that is the best thing you can possibly imagine, but in fact, it's actually a limitation. We have used, to illustrate this point quite often, the idea of visualization. Nothing wrong with visualization at all. Absolutely, it's a tool and a technique that you can use to imagine, to envision an ideal reality that you would absolutely love to experience, that you're excited about experiencing. Nothing wrong with that at all. Nothing contrary to your true vibration. But here's the rub, here's the difference, as you say. When you imagine, when you picture, when you visualize that so-called ideal outcome, that ideal reality, and you see yourself in that picture, in that visualization, you get excited about what you're seeing, don't you? Hello? Yes. All right. That's why you're visualizing it. You're pumping up your vibration, you're pumping up your excitement, you're getting excited about the idea, the possibility that this could actually manifest. And oh boy, wouldn't that be wonderful? Wouldn't that be just delicious? Wouldn't that be the best possible thing that could happen in my life? Well, maybe not. The idea is that maybe something even better than you were capable of imagining could happen. So if you insist on the picture that your physical mind created, how do you know you're not limiting yourself from something even better? Your higher mind may know of something even grander than your physical mind is capable of imagining, because your physical mind is not designed to know how something actually needs to happen. Your physical mind is only designed to know what's happening, to experience what's going on right now, what manifests right now. Only your higher mind knows what the true path is for you and tells you this, informs the physical mind through excitement so that the physical mind can know it too. But the physical mind doesn't have the capacity, it's not designed to know how exactly something really needs to unfold. But the higher mind knows this. So when you amp yourself up, when you get yourself really excited by having that particular visualization that your physical mind was capable of conjuring, and you feel at the peak of excitement, drop the picture utterly. Zero insistence, zero assumption that it has to look like that, has to happen that way, you have to get there that way, or that anything specific about it really needs to come to fruition. Drop it utterly, but keep the vibration, the state of being of excitement. Then you are the driving engine itself, that you have now made room for the manifestation that the higher mind can bring to you that is actually representative of that state of excitement, which may be far grander than your physical mind was capable of visualizing. So when you understand that insistence on a particular outcome is actually a limitation, you will drop it, as you say, like a hot potato. Or perhaps some of you will drop it like a hot potato. And the next.
The thing itself that excites you may not need to come to fruition. It may only excite you to get you to take action in order to create the state of being in which that thing actually needs to manifest.
So again, yes, the idea is that when you drop the insistence, when you drop the assumption in that context, you will start to realize that sometimes things will excite you, but not for the reason you think. If you are holding on to certain beliefs that may make you resistant to moving in a certain direction, a direction you may really need to go in, something may crop up synchronistically in your life that will get you to move in that direction because it looks so exciting you just can't resist it. But never assume that the thing that excites you and gets you to move is the thing that actually has to manifest, because its job may only be to get you off your butt. And that may be it. And once you are moving, and once you are acting on your excitement, and once you're in that state of being, then the thing that really needs to be acted on and may really need to manifest can crop up as an opportunity and a circumstance before you. But never assume that what crops up actually has to be it. It may only be the thing that ignited you to start moving so you would have the momentum to take advantage of what really needs to manifest in your life.
Okay, well, acting on this three-part formula with integrity aligns you with the complete toolkit of excitement that...
When we say it's complete, we mean it's complete. If you need a refresher course on what that word means, please consult your local dictionary. Complete means it leaves nothing relevant out. That's the final piece of the toolkit. But first and foremost, and again, please remember, the toolkit is automatic, self-guiding, self-perpetuating. It works flawlessly all the time. And it becomes, when you activate this three-part formula of acting on your highest excitement every moment that you can to the best that you are able, with zero insistence on the outcome or how you get there, the methodology or anything like that, then you activate the kit to work for you in a positive way, and the kit becomes the driving engine. That's the first tool that moves you through life, accelerates you. It becomes the organizing principle in your life. Again, as we mentioned, through synchronicity, showing you exactly what needs to be done in what order and when, and whatever doesn't get done by the end of the day when you are excited about being tired and going to sleep, which is also an excitement, then it didn't need to be done that day. Because again, it's the organizing principle, and it knows exactly how to fill your day perfectly. And again, please remember that when we talk about acting on your excitement, we don't mean, as we have said very often, that you have to be jumping up and down with your hair on fire. Excitement can be a sense of balanced peace. It can be a very relaxed meditative state, expressing your excitement. You don't have to be running around the room, bouncing off the walls to say, I'm excited. Look at me, I'm excited. And so, not only is it the driving engine and the organizing principle, but it is also the path of least resistance. It is also that which connects you to all other expressions of excitement. Even if on the surface they look unconnected, it's the excitement that tells you that they are. It is also what gives you support in life, in all the ways you need it, in all the forms it needs to come. Whatever form of abundance that may be, will be the form that needs to be there. So again, drop the insistence on what form in which abundance may need to come. Because again, you don't know what form actually may serve you best. If it's money, which we understand you have on your planet, then that's the form it'll come in. But if that's not the path of least resistance, another form of abundance may need to crop up, such as simply being gifted something. That's a form of abundance. But you must trust the synchronicity and the way your life unfolds in order to be open to all forms of abundance and not be insistent that it must come in a certain form, which again, paradoxically, closes the doors to which all other forms of abundance may actually reach you through. It also contains the reflective mirror, this kit, that reveals to you, as you're acting on your excitement, as you're moving forward, it reveals to you, in no uncertain terms, by bringing them up to your attention, anything that may be in your subconscious or unconscious mind that is out of alignment with your true vibration. Any negative fear-based beliefs that are out of alignment, it will bring them to your attention. So when you're acting on your excitement and suddenly one of these fear-based beliefs comes up, don't label that as something having gone wrong. That's exactly what needs to happen. Because you need to be aware of these things. You need to identify these negative beliefs consciously in order to see that they don't belong to you, in order to see that they make no sense, in order to see that that's not what you prefer, in order to consciously realize that's not what you prefer to choose. And once you let that go, then you will add its energy to your excitement and you will continue to expand from there. And once again, this being a complete hit, it leaves absolutely nothing relevant out of your life. That's what we mean by complete. It will contain everything you need in perfect place, in perfect timing. You will find yourself synchronistically where you need to be, when you need to be there, with whom you need to be, doing what you need to be doing. All these things are automatic, and if you're willing to go with the flow, you will start experiencing this synchronicity in that way more and more and more and more. Life will become more ecstatic. It will become more effortless. It will become more joyful. It will become more creative. It will become more loving. It will become more aware of who and what you are. Know thyself. This all boils down to that. Know thyself. The ultimate formula. Be aware of your definitions. Be aware of what you're choosing. Be aware of what story you're telling yourself and living out. And choose the ones that you prefer instead. Again, this may not necessarily contain every single detail, but for now it is sufficient. And if you are willing to follow these guidelines and allow yourself to learn very effectively and make them your own, these principles and sub-principles, and remind yourself, if you find yourself slipping a little bit, go back to the sheet, remind yourself of the details here, of the precise definitions here, and then just move forward. Does this sound like fun? Yes. All right. Thank you for your assistance, Nania.
Thank you, Tadeo. That was beautiful.
And now, in return for the gift you are giving us and allowing us to experience all of you, I ask, in what way may we now be of service to you?
Hi everybody, how you doing?
And to you, good day.
Hey, how you doing, sir?
Perfect, and you?
Pretty good, thank you.
All right.
First of all, I appreciate your messages.
All right.
They
Speak
are-
up and be bold so that all may hear what you have to share.
They are great. I have one question, so with
Yes.
things that are not
Speak
from
up.
here,
Speak up.
how I get home and when I get home.
Home?
Home, yes.
You mean
What
Earth?
is
You're already
home?
on Earth.
No, I believe I'm not from Earth.
No, no, no. You're from the Earth.
Okay.
Listen, this is an outdated concept. You, the physical you, come from Earth. We understand what you're referring to, however, but you're stating it in a very outdated, old-fashioned way that allows for a misunderstanding of this concept. It's an old idea that has outlived its time. It's time for a new definition in your 21st century of this concept. What you're actually saying is, what other realities that exist simultaneously with this one am I making connections to and becoming more aware of? That's what you're actually asking. Because you don't come from anywhere in particular, because everything, everywhere, every when, everyone, everything exists all at the same time. Do you understand this concept?
Now I do.
All right. Again, it's similar by analogy to the concept of your television. If you're watching a particular show, the Earth program, you know there are other programs playing at the same time, but you don't see them. They're invisible to you because you're not on that channel. But if you change the channel, oh, look, suddenly another program appeared. It was going on at the same time my program was going on. I just didn't see it until I changed my frequency to another channel. But this is how reality works. All realities, what you call past, what you call future, what you call parallel realities, what you call other lives, are all existing right now. Because there is only now. Past and future are illusions. Now is the only thing that actually exists. But you create the appearance of a separation and the appearance of time and space in order to have a linear physical experience. But that's an illusion. So when you say, well, where's my home? Well, you as a physical human on Earth are from Earth. That's your home. But you are connected to many other places and many other times. And the fact that you are becoming aware of that is what you're experiencing. Because your senses are expanding. You're exploring consciousness. Your senses allow you now to tap into things that were heretofore invisible to you or unable to be sensed by you. But you're interpreting it as coming from someplace else because you're interpreting it through the linear space-time frame of reference, that things happened in the past and things will happen in the future, so you're putting it in that context. Does that make sense so far?
Yes, sir.
All right. Oh, sir. Oh, so formal. All right, then, sir. The idea is that you are connected to many different things, and in those energetic connections you are making from here now to those other lives that also exist now, you are drawing information and experience from them just as they're doing from you to them to aid and assist them in their lives just as you are drawing information and experience from them in their lives to aid and assist you in this life. So it's a cross-connecting web of the exchange of information and energy to aid and assist you in exploring the theme you chose to explore as this version of you, while all the other versions are also exploring their own themes, drawing from your life experience what they may need to help them in those lives that are going on right now alongside yours, even though they may be invisible to you. Does that make more sense?
Yes, sir.
More sir. All right.
All right.
So you have connections to many different kinds of things, obviously different lives in different places, historically speaking, on your planet, which are all going on at the same time. But in terms of other civilizations, as many of you are right now, you are connected to the Sirius civilization, the Orion civilization, the Pleiadian civilization, the Arcturus civilization, many different things, hybrid civilizations, including our own and many other hybrid civilizations, and a few other things we're not really allowed to talk about right now. Nevertheless, you have all these connections in general, and you're drawing upon them in whatever way you need to. So that's what it means to say, where's my home? It's what connections do I have that are relevant for me in this life that I'm using to aid and assist me in exploring my theme in this life. Does that make more sense?
Thank you.
Does that help?
Yes.
All right. Anything else?
That's it.
All right. Well, thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. You may go home now.
Thank you.
Remember also that when you think of things that way, in that sort of old-fashioned way, you're making a separation between where you are and where you think you would rather be. And the idea is not to run away from Earth and connect to those things because you think they're better. The idea is to bring those principles down to Earth and create heaven on Earth. That's why it is your home, and you're always home. You're always home. Wherever you are, you're home. And so,
Hello, Bashar.
and you good day.
I'm so happy to be here. I'm so excited.
All right, we are happy that you are happy to be there.
About 3 years ago, I was doing one of your meditations, and it was about what train do you want to get on?
Yes.
Getting on aboard a train because things are changing.
Yes, the tracks are separating.
Yes.
So be on the train you want to be on the frequency level you want to be on. Yes.
And I really enjoyed the meditation.
All
and
right.
after I finished it, I
Yes.
looked out my window and I saw
Yes.
falling lights coming down
Yes.
from the sky.
Yes.
What was that? Can you tell me?
Well, you are shifting your vibration, as we said earlier, so that you are increasing the ability of your senses to see things that were heretofore invisible. There's all sorts of energy movement and different dimensional kinds of phenomenology all around you all the time, but your senses don't often stretch far enough to be able to perceive these things. But you began to see movement of energy in different dimensional ways once you had stretched yourself and allowed your senses to expand to that degree. You understand?
Yes, yes. It was really exciting. I
It
really
is.
enjoyed it. Yes.
And?
I'm looking forward to more of that.
Oh, all right.
And also, I have a question about relationships.
Yes.
I know that you said that we have versions of everybody, and we're in a room, and we
Each of you are creating your version of everyone else in your reality in order to interact with them, yes.
Yes. So when I interact with somebody, I'm creating my version of them.
Yes.
To learn what I need to learn.
Yes.
And somebody else could have a completely different version of
Absolutely.
that person than I have. And is
That's
that-
why sometimes you have different stories for the same event or encounter.
Yes. And so even if I just meet somebody,
Yes.
it's like just a casual meeting. Is that happening in those kinds of relationships
Yes,
too?
because that's
Yeah.
just the nature of the structure of physical reality experience. Everything is a reflection.
Yes.
So you have to create at least some version of it in order to experience it in your so-called physical reality, or you wouldn't be experiencing it all. There are actually many, many other people, I'll just put it this way, many other people walking around you all the time you never see, because you don't need to include them in your reality, so you don't create a version of them to interact with. But there are thousands, millions of people walking around you all the time that you never know about.
I feel like when I'm in a close relationship with somebody that I'm seeing, it's almost like I'm seeing aspects of myself.
Of course
through
it is,
them.
because that's the purpose of relationships.
And it's very interesting, and
Yes.
it's fun and also,
challenging.
yes, and challenging.
Yes.
And I see negative things and positive things
Yes.
also.
Now, this doesn't mean you can't recognize that someone else may actually be choosing something negative. That doesn't always mean it's a one-to-one reflection, that if you see
Yes.
something negative in someone else, that
That's
you
true.
have that issue too. You have to be discerning about why that reflection is coming to you, because it may be for a variety of reasons that have many differences from what that person may be experiencing that reflection for, or your reflection for.
Right.
Again, but fundamentally, the purpose of all relationships is so that everyone in the relationship can reflect to the other people in the relationship what they need to know to learn more about themselves, to become more of who they are. That's the purpose of relationships. That's how you serve each other.
Great. Yeah, it's a lot of fun too.
It is.
And I'm also interested in channeling, and I
Yes,
started...
well, you're channeling right now.
Okay.
All of you are.
Yes.
Remember, your personality is an artificial construct, an artificial projection. You have to channel your personality into being, so all of you are channeling right now.
Okay.
It's a natural state. You do it all the time, but you can do it in different ways on different frequency levels. Channeling, again, the channeling state is very natural when you're doing anything you love to do, when you're in the zone, as you say, when you're operating at peak performance, when you're completely focused and you don't even notice the passage of time, you're in a channeling state. Just depends on what you want to do with it at that point.
My question about that was, I'm using these CDs to learn more about channeling, and I wanted to know if...
Do you mean vocal channeling?
Yes, vocal channeling.
All right,
yes.
and so?
And I wanted to know if it would be beneficial for me to have a teacher, like a one-on-one teacher.
Well, if it is, you'll attract it, won't you?
Okay.
And why will that happen? Why will that happen?
I'm excited about it.
And you're excited about it means it will happen automatically because excitement is a complete
kit
and leaves nothing relevant out.
Yes.
Including teachers if you need them.
Yes, yes.
Right? Teachers fall into that category of nothing relevant being left out, right? Or are they a separate animal?
No, teachers fall into that.
All right. Then
So I'll
whatever
just keep
is
following my
actually,
excitement
yes, and
instead
whatever
of-
is really relevant for you will appear.
Because I kind of felt like maybe I need a teacher, but
Maybe you
I'm
do and
enjoying,
maybe you
I'm
don't.
enjoying what I'm doing right now, so
All right, one
I'll
of the
follow
best
that
ways to
excitement.
learn, one of the best ways to learn vocal channeling is to channel for other people.
Yes.
Not just for yourself. Because when you're actually channeling to people asking questions, they act as a grounding mechanism. They pull the information through you and ground it in them, and then you can just get out of the way. You don't have to wonder or think about what you're doing. The idea is that if you're in a certain state, you can just receive information telepathically in an instant. You don't need to actually go into the so-called channeling state for yourself. You only do that, just as the channel before you does it, so that our thoughts can translate through him to you. He doesn't need to do this for himself. He can receive information from us like that. But in order to translate our thoughts to you, he goes into this channeling state, as you call it. So if you're channeling for others and they're asking questions about things they really wish to know, and you just get out of your own way, the information will come through more easily than doing it on your own and wondering whether or not you're receiving what you need to receive. Again, it's like water, it's like electricity. It goes along the path of least resistance and it grounds itself. Make sense?
Yes.
Does that help?
Tremendously.
Oh,
And,
all
and
right.
I want to thank you for all your help throughout the years and for reflecting back to us.
All right, well, we thank you for what you're willing
And
to
I
apply
love you
in your
very
life.
much, and I love everyone here. Thank you.
Our unconditional love to you as well.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Bashar.
And you good day.
Hi. So my question is not a question, but a question.
Not a question, but a question.
Yes, I know it sounds weird. I feel that you have been me, or beings of your kind have been with me for a long time. I felt as if you guys were with me before I came here.
Yes.
I was guided to you. I have only found you 7 days ago.
All right. And so?
And so I guess what I'm trying to say is my family lineage comes back far, and I believe that we were part of a hybridism in France of some sort many generations ago. We all can channel on my mother's side. With my daughter will be 6 generations.
All right. And so, what are you doing with that information in your life?
Well, I keep getting synchronicity.
Yes.
I landed on hybrid after I talked to my husband about how I felt that I was.
Well, all of you are hybridized. That's what you are as a human, but there have also been other alterations in many of you.
Yes.
And so, again,
And so I believe I believe that yes, that if that's been something that's happened to me, and if
But it doesn't really much matter. The idea is, what do you do with that knowledge? How do you apply it in your physical reality to act on your excitement?
yeah, I mean,
Do you have an answer to that?
I really don't know.
No?
I mean, I do. I mean, I know that I have hybrid children,
Oh, all right.
I
Well,
have 12.
yes. And so?
and my husband has over 20.
All right. And so?
I don't know really what to do with it. I just came.
You know what to do with it exactly. We've been explaining it all along. Act on your highest excitement to the best of your ability with no insistence on a particular outcome.
Yes.
And it will lead you where you need to be led, and you will experience what you need to experience. But you need to act on something that contains excitement every moment that you can in order for your life to unfold in an automatic way and wind up where you need to be when you need to be there with whom you need to be.
Exactly.
That's it.
You said it. Okay, I'm sorry. One more.
Well, you don't have to apologize.
I always do the sorry thing. I don't know why.
All right. Well, why don't you work on that?
I know, right? I've been working on a lot, I'll tell you.
Well, that's the challenge, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and I love it, and I want it to keep coming.
It will.
Awesome.
Trust me, it won't stop.
No.
Ever. Ever. Even beyond this life, it won't stop.
That's awesome. Okay, so with this hybridism, I guess, maybe I should do a one-on-one session with you.
Well, if you wish.
Yes, I have a lot.
All right, well, you can avail yourself of that opportunity, and again, it will happen when it needs to.
I've been kind of stuck with an illness for a while. And
Stuck?
It's been kind of a stuck feeling, yes. And I've been trying to do
All
everything
right.
I possibly can.
All right, well, we don't really do health readings anymore.
No, it's not a health reading. It's kind of like I know what I need to do and get
All
up
right.
and do it. And I have so many different entities like coming through to me, if that makes sense. Beings, like one day, like I could be communicating with you guys, and then I'm communicating with the Arcturians, and then I'm.
So, that's an average day for us, too.
Is that? Because I'm kind of, I've had it my whole life, but I've kind of had a lot of events that drowned it, a lot of memories, and here I am, and now I'm fully awake almost, I feel,
All right.
as if.
And so, again, the question still comes down to, what are you going to do with that? How are you going to apply it?
Get it going, just do it.
Yes, thank you.
That's my excitement, yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
So
guess,
there you go.
Yeah. Do you believe, one question, can you foresee, do I have hybrid children?
Yes, you do.
Okay, is 12, I get the number 12, I got 12, no more than 12. I've asked 13, no. 12, it's a yes. It's guaranteed, like they're saying 12. So I don't know, it's just a number,
Yes, it is just a number.
I'm just, it's so weird just to think, and this all just happened within 7 days. I was guided right to you.
That's how things accelerate.
I love it. But it's nice to meet you, and I hope
And you
that
as
I
well.
hope that I actually get to channel you as well. And
No, you will not.
Oh, that sucks.
No, it doesn't.
So do you have, are there other?
No one else will channel me specifically.
That's great.
But you may tap into our collective,
Collective,
and
okay.
something else may come through.
Okay, so
but it
that-
won't be me, even if it feels like it. It's just that you're familiar with our energy, and therefore you may think it is, because many beings in my society are similar in vibration, but it will be something else.
Do you know of any that start with like Nahara or Nahara?
We don't have names.
No names.
No, Bashar is not my name. It's an Arabic word that means messenger, because we know you needed to call us something other than, hey, you.
Okay. Okay, because I was asking for a while, like, okay, so who is it that I am channeling? What is this? And I got the name Nahara.
That's fine. That actually is more representative of your higher mind.
Okay, and I kind of was thinking that.
One of the first things that most of you, when you go into the idea of vocal channeling mode, will encounter is the integration of the different aspects of your own consciousness. And some of those aspects of higher mind and so on and so forth may come through first to prep you for other things. You don't have to assume that those things or those beings or those levels of consciousness are anything in particular in order to channel the information that's important and necessary for you to channel. In fact, in many cases, you want to actually lessen your desire to be that specific, because being that specific and that detail-oriented about who's coming through now and what is your name and where do you come from can actually get in your way of bringing the information through that's important.
You are correct.
I know, that's why I said it. So does that help you?
Yes, it does. But I have a question about crystals.
Yes.
I was guided. I'm from Arizona, Bullhead City, where I lived there for many years in the
Yes.
valley. I was guided. Went to my husband and I said, hey, I think, we have to go to Arizona, first mountain,
All right.
We find these crystals. It's full of crystals. I'm
Yes.
on the mountain. I just shake when I'm on this mountain. I feel like there's underground caves.
How exciting.
It is. And these crystals that I'm guided to, I have so many. And then I know that I'm guided back out to this mountain to keep getting these crystals. And I'm wondering, what am I supposed to be doing
Do
with
you
these
understand our concept of permission slips?
Yes, I just actually watched the video.
Then that's all you need to know.
Okay.
When it works for you, it works for you.
It's
If it no
working.
longer works, do something else if you think you need a permission slip at all.
I don't
Because
believe
you are the ultimate permission slip.
I am. Thank you so much, Bashar.
So these things, these objects, rituals, techniques, and tools that reflect certain things to you are just reflecting where your belief system is at. And by bringing in those particular permission slip objects or tools or rituals or techniques, you are giving yourself permission to circumvent certain beliefs in order to expand yourself beyond what you heretofore believed was possible. That's how they work. They're just a reflection of what you're now willing to do because you believe the permission slip is giving you the ability to do something you didn't think you had the ability to do before, but you're doing it anyway.
Yes, I am.
All right.
Well, thank you. And I
Well, thank
appreciate it,
you.
And it was nice to meet you.
And you as well.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And you good day.
I was wondering if you could give any advice on channeling, vocal channeling.
I just did.
I know. Now I don't have a question.
That's all right. You can make a statement if you wish. You don't need to have a question to speak with us.
Well,
Why are
actually, I
you
have
interested in vocal channeling? I'll ask you the questions.
one. Because I'm doing that, and
You're already doing it.
Yeah.
But why is that exciting for you?
because it's exciting and
Oh, good reason.
different. I like it.
All right. And so, will you do it publicly? Are you doing it
Eventually.
publicly?
I've been doing it for my family.
Publicly?
No.
You don't have to. I'm just asking a question. Is that part of your excitement or not?
It could be.
Oh, all right. Do you want to explore that?
Yeah.
All right. How will you do that?
By going out in public and trying to do it, I guess.
Is that a question?
I don't know.
Will you start having seminars and invite people to come that you don't know so you can channel for them?
Depends if I'm still on this earth.
What makes you think you wouldn't be?
I don't know. Someone told me something.
What did they tell you?
That I might be going soon.
All right. Well, if you do, then you'll know it. And that will be the perfect timing if it happens automatically.
All right.
Because any time that you're really done, if you were really done, you'd be gone. And if you are wondering whether or not you're done, all you need to do is lie down on the floor and close your eyes and count to 10. And if you can open them at the end, you're not done.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't mean dead, but
That's it. Because if you're saying, I'm done, I'm ready to go, if you really were done, you'd be gone.
okay. Can you tell me anything about the channeled writings I've done?
The what?
Writings?
Of
They're-
what?
I have no idea. It's.
Do you mean automatic writing?
Mhm.
What about it?
I don't know anything about it. Like, I don't even.
Well, it's a form of channeling, but you're allowing the information to be translated through writing instead of through vocal.
Yeah.
What else do you need to know about that?
Just want to know if they have any meaning.
What do you mean if they have any meaning? You mean things that you've written?
Yeah. Like, to have any symbolic meanings. I don't know. What's it for?
Are you saying that what you're writing is not decipherable by you?
No.
Why not?
It's from. It's like a different language, and also it's just like
All right.
drawings of things that.
Well, you may be gathering together certain connections that you have to help inspire you to move forward, but ultimately, the idea of automatic writing is to write in a language that you can decipher. So for now, you may just be gathering information in a way that's connecting to what you call ancient lives and things like that to give you more ability, more impetus, more confidence about moving forward. But ultimately, if you continue automatic writing, it ultimately would come out in a form that you actually can read.
Okay.
And other people can read. Otherwise, what's the point?
Do you know Asasi?
Not by that name. What is it?
He's the person I channel.
All right.
I was
What
just
is it to you?
I don't know. He told me you know him in some form.
Well, all right, we know many of your higher minds in some form, so it may be that. But we can't always discern specifically because you're dealing with millions and millions and millions of entities.
Is there anything that I need to know
There are many things you need to know,
at this time?
but you'll find them all out if you keep acting on your excitement.
Okay.
Why? Thank you. You will know what you need to know when you need to know it. Not a second before you need to know it, but I guarantee you not a second later than you need to know it if you remain in the present.
All right.
Yes?
Yeah.
Does this help you?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Thank you, Bashar.
Thank you. Remember that through all this information that we share with all of you, the bottom line is that we are encouraging you to know you are self-empowered. Decide for yourselves, discern for yourselves, choose for yourselves what is really true for you, and do it. Simple as that. You don't have to overcomplicate it, overthink it, overanalyze it, break it down into so many details that take so much more time to deal with. You don't have to manipulate and control things and force them into position. Just let them. Just allow them. This is one of the reasons why we are going to be talking about allowance in an upcoming transmission, so that there is more clarity about exactly what that means and how to do it. It's simple. Yes?
Hello.
Andrew, you good day.
I want to start by saying thank you for all you do.
All right.
You've been a big impact on my life in the last couple of years.
All right. Well, thank you for allowing the information to be used by you in your life in an impactful way.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'd like to talk about dreams.
Yes.
Who are these drop-ins? Who are the characters? I mean,
Drop-ins?
Well, I mean, I've seen seen my face on every character in the dreams at times. I've
Yes.
seen different ones, but I mean, everything that happens during the day
Yes.
seems to happen in the dreams.
Well, sometimes that's what dreams do. You are recalibrating, reassessing, reprocessing your daily experience. That's one kind of dream. It's not the only kind, but it's one kind. You are going over your footprints, in a sense, going over your blueprints, making sure that that's what you really wanted to experience. You may be making some subtle alterations, some subtle changes to experience something different next in the physical dream, because physical reality is another dream of a type. So that just sounds like a processing dream, like an assessment dream, making sure that you're doing what you really prefer to be doing, looking at yourself, reflecting things to yourself, examining yourself from that particular series of points of view.
Okay, I've read some recommendations that you've had, like Journey of Souls, Destiny of Souls.
Yes.
And in there, they talk about karma a lot.
Well, karma is really, again, kind of an outmoded definition. It's just an issue of balance. That's all it really is. It's an issue of recognition of being out of balance and making a choice to go back into balance. And if you make a choice to go back into balance, then there is no karma. That's the whole point. It's just that impetus, that urge, that energy that encourages you to go back into balance with creation. If you want to call it karma, by all means. But it's really just the sensation when you're out of balance. That's all it really is. It's a correcting mechanism.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yes, sir.
All right. Oh, more
Yes, sir,
formality.
again.
Ooh.
Okay. I knew I was going to
Yes,
do that.
sir. Aye, aye, sir.
Okay. Let's skip a couple of frames. Maybe.
All right. Bop, bop. Skipped.
Skipped. In a sense, you're my higher mind, and
I'm a reflection of it. Yeah.
a reflection of it. So say you were in this physical body. What would you be doing in this physical body? What would you take from this whole event? What would you do after leaving in this physical body?
But what are your choices? Name some choices.
Well, it's all going to change once I leave here. Everything's
Yes.
changes.
But if you're going through an exercise now, you can make some choices now, even if they change when you actually leave. This is just practice for recognizing that you have choices when you leave, and that all you need to do is pick the most exciting one, whatever it is at that particular moment. But what you were asking to do, in a sense, is practice.
Well, I currently have the occupation as a truck driver.
All right, is that exciting for you?
Well, sometimes. It can be
That means no.
Yeah. I knew that was coming.
All right. See how psychic you are?
I've been trying to train myself that there is no concept, that time doesn't exist. All there is the moment.
It does as an experience.
Yeah, as an
even though it's also an illusion or a side effect. But that doesn't deny the experience of time.
The challenging thing is with
Yes.
this occupation is that everything is constructed around time. You know, the whole occupation.
Yeah.
From the electronic logs.
Well,
getting to this
again,
place, getting to that place.
All
and
right.
time.
Well, if there are aspects of it you do find exciting, then perhaps you can learn to do the rest of them in a more exciting way. Or this may be your message to yourself telling you that there's something more exciting you could be doing. Do you not believe yet that a more exciting thing can support you in life?
The ego is a little stubborn.
Well, why would you choose to be stubborn? Because that's a choice.
Well, we currently live under a monetary system that requires...
I don't care.
Yeah.
That's an excuse. Do you believe or do you not believe that what excites you can support you? It's all right for you to say, no, I don't believe it yet. Because if you don't believe it yet, it's not wise to leave the thing you're doing you believe does support you until such time as you've practiced acting on your excitement enough to let it prove to you that it can actually support you. And then when you're good and ready to let go of the things you are not excited about, because for now you believe you need them to be supported, then you will let them go and you will allow your excitement to show you every moment that it actually can support you in whatever way you actually truly need to be supported, which I've already said isn't always with money. But you have to be open to the different forms of support, the different forms of abundance, because you're always abundant in something. But you can be abundant in things you don't prefer to be abundant in. But you are never not abundant. It's impossible for you, any of you, to not be abundant. It's just a matter of what you're abundant in. So no one lacks abundance, but you can have an abundance of lack.
Well, it's been enough.
So when you turn the definition around that way, you will realize, well, this is easier. I don't have to learn to be abundant. I just have to choose how I can be more abundant in more ways. I'm okay with that. I will allow more abundance to come into my life in all the ways it needs to, whatever the path of least resistance truly is. If sometimes that's money, so be it. If sometimes it's a gift, so be it. If sometimes it's a synchronous experience, so be it. Because you're not making a differentiation between the different forms of abundance as one being more valid than another, because it isn't. Is this helping?
It is helping, absolutely.
All right, so when you allow yourself to practice doing what excites you more than what you're doing, it will eventually show you that it can support you. And when you're ready, maybe you'll make the switch. When you finally believe it can, you will make the switch. But until you believe it can, don't make the switch. Because it's not wise, as we say, to jump off a cliff if you don't believe you have a parachute. You'll just go splat. But the timing is up to you. Since you are concerned with time, the timing is up to you. Does this help?
Yes, absolutely.
All
Thank
right.
you very much. Very
Anything
grateful.
else?
I think that about covers it for now.
Then my advice to you for the moment would be keep on trucking. Keep on trucking.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And a you good day.
I just want to say you're awesome.
I only have some awe? I thought I was full of awe, which makes me awful.
Okay. All right.
But thank you.
Okay, I wrote down my question actually before I got here because I knew I would be called.
All right, well, speak up and be bold and be clear so that all may hear what you have to share.
All right. I am told, and I intend to use beauty as a doorway toward obtaining wealth, power, in order to bring forth occult practices, magic, art, healing, science, and technological advancements for humanity.
Well, good for you.
But
after that statement, there's a but? My goodness.
I know. I need to know two things.
Yes, number one being what?
What is beauty in its truest form? And also, how can I believe in myself enough that this amazing destiny is possible without doubting myself? Because I find myself thinking, who am I to...
Oh, yes. Who am I? Poor little me. Loathsome, unworthy, undeserving me. Why should I experience grace and beauty and alignment and love and creativity? Even though I can imagine them, perhaps I'm just being tortured by being able to, because I'll never achieve that because I'm not worthy of the things that I'm capable of imagining. What kind of a reality are you imagining here? One where you can imagine such things but not be capable of them? That's not possible. What's your definition here? Look at your definitions, because that's where all this is coming from. The idea of doubt is not a lack of trust. You don't have a lack of trust. You have a 100% trust in a definition of yourself that's out of alignment. Do you understand?
Yeah.
You are trusting a definition of yourself that's out of alignment. That's what doubt is. Trust in a definition that's not true for you. So when you realize that and start looking for the definition and creating the definition that you believe is true for you and start trusting that, you will experience life in a very different way, in an expanding way, in the way that you have described it, as long as, again, you're not insisting on the particular way in which those things may unfold. Do you follow?
Yeah.
Yeah, meaning you're not sure?
No, I'm not sure.
Well, thank you for being honest.
Okay.
So, are you following what we're saying here? That's beauty. Being in alignment with yourself is true beauty. Yes?
Yeah.
So be beautiful and don't consider yourself ugly by being out of alignment with your true self and buying into negative fear-based beliefs about yourself that allow you to buy into definitions that have nothing to do with you. You may have bought into these definitions and they may have been spoon-fed to you while you were growing up from your parents, from your friends, from your society, from your school. You're not good enough. You're not worthy. You're not deserving. Blah, blah, blah. Those are usually statements that they fear are true about themselves and have nothing to do with you. You understand? You're carrying around baggage that doesn't belong to you. That's what weighs you down. Anytime you feel weighed down, anytime you feel hamstrung in that way, like you're dragging a weight and you're playing the victim game, you are then given the clue, because of how it feels, that you're dragging around ideas and beliefs about yourself that just aren't true. The things that belong to you weigh nothing. They're light as a feather. The truth is light as a feather. You understand?
Yeah.
So if you feel weighed down, if you feel blocked, stuck, unable to be who you prefer to be, that means you've got a definition that you're unaware of and you need to find out what it is. Because as soon as you find out what the definition is that's out of alignment with your true self, as soon as you identify it consciously, it will appear immediately nonsensical and illogical. And as soon as it appears that way, you'll drop it. It'll be gone. But if it's not gone, you haven't found it yet. So dig deeper.
I think I found it just now.
Oh, all right. What is it?
I believe that I couldn't have it all.
Why not?
I don't know. Because
you understand that you may not have everything that exists, but certainly you are entitled to everything that is relevant for you, which means you can have all of what's relevant for you. And why would you want anything else but that anyway? Yes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Makes sense?
It does.
Yeah, simple, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bring it down to the proper definition, and it will be very simple to understand. If it's still difficult to understand, still seems too complicated, then you have negative definitions that you need to let go of. Because the truth is simple. Beauty is simple. You understand?
Yeah.
Does this help you?
It does.
All right. Anything else?
One more thing.
Yes.
Why has Reiki worked so well for me?
Well, it's a permission slip that obviously resonates with you. Do you understand permission slips? Yes. We've explained them. All tools, all techniques, all rituals, all practices, all exercises, all objects, all of them are permission slips you believe with your belief system will allow you to be more of who you are. They allow you to give yourself permission to be more of who you know yourself to be. You don't really need the permission slip, but you can use them in beneficial ways for yourself, for other people who gravitate with their belief systems to those particular permission slips that allow them to become more of who they are through those interactions, through those relations, through those interchanges and encounters that you call Reiki or meditation or yoga or crystals or anything. If it aligns with your belief in a way that allows you to be more of who you are, then it's a permission slip that works for you at that moment. When it no longer works, find another one, or get to the point where you realize that you're the one giving yourself permission anyway, and you don't really need any other tool, technique, ritual, object, practice, or so forth in order to actually be more of who you are. But that's up to you.
Okay.
Does this help?
All right. Yeah, it does. Thank you.
You're welcome.
How you doing, Bashar?
Perfect, and you?
Perfect as well.
All right.
Okay, my question is, so I'm very interested in technology.
Yes.
Can you talk about the next couple of decades? Can you talk about where it's going here on Earth and with humans as a whole?
Yes, well, many of you already know some of the paths that your science and technology is taking, such as going into a deeper understanding of what you have labeled the quantum level. Yes?
Right, yeah.
And understanding that you will apply this in a variety of ways. Quantum computers, quantum devices, and so on and so forth that take advantage of the multiple parallel realities that exist all around you by tapping into them from the quantum level, but then translating them into what you call the macroscopic level of your technology. That will become more and more prevalent. You will eventually, finally allow yourselves to actually have what you would call free energy devices, which you have had from time to time, but of course the society you have created has suppressed them. But you will finally stop doing that eventually.
How are we going to use that quantum level type of technology that you said the scientists are?
Well, you're beginning to understand, at least some of your scientists are beginning to understand, that while they used to think that the classical physics level and the quantum physics level were not really reconcilable, they're beginning to understand in a variety of ways that there are actually quantum effects in your macroscopic classical physics situations, especially in what you call your biology. Your brain is a quantum computer. They're beginning to understand that. Many of the enzymes in your body actually function using quantum principles, which they never thought possible before. The trees around you use quantum principles to turn sunlight into energy. You're beginning to understand this, and you will begin to know how they do it, and you can adapt that technology for yourselves.
Okay. Let's see here. I've heard you talk about densities.
Yes.
Are we ascending? I haven't heard too much, but are we ascending as a whole, are humans?
Well, in general, yes. If you are exploring consciousness, willing to expand in that way, then yes, you're upping your frequency, and that is equivalent to the idea of ascension.
Just going back right now to the part where you said that the quantum, level of technology is becoming in the future. How far in the future is that? Can you give it a rough?
Well, it depends on what you mean by 20. Is that. Because there are many, many different things coming up in your future. But Generally speaking, you would find, as we read the energy of your society now and translate it into a timeline, that no later than 2050 will many of these principles start making their way into your daily lives.
Okay, that's quite a while.
Not really.
Yeah.
I didn't say you had to wait until then. I said by then, at the outside, many of these principles will be experienced in your daily life.
Great. How can I discover my own life's theme? I've heard you talk about themes.
By acting on your highest excitement to the best of your ability with no insistence on a particular outcome. And whatever challenges you face by doing that are the themes you chose to explore.
I had a feeling you were going to say that.
Well, I guess you're already using the quantum level then.
I had a feeling you were going to say that too. Just kidding. Okay. Thank
Does
you.
that help?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Well, thank you.
Thank you as well.
Hey, Bashar.
And are you good day?
On the 10th of September, I was coming out of the mountains after elk hunting, and up on the skyline was a big ship.
Yes.
I love
What
how
did
you
it
say
look like?
It was round.
Yes. You mean
big.
disc-like or spherical?
Spherical.
All right.
Like it wasn't like a disc, it was just completely round.
A ball.
A ball, yeah.
All right.
And bright.
Yes.
Gold, kind of bronze.
Yes.
I saw it when I topped out of the mountain, and I drove for about 3 to 5 minutes.
Yes.
And could see it in the sky.
Well, yes, as opposed to on the ground or in the water.
Well, like that, there was nothing else around. Like,
Oh,
there's,
all right.
Meaning there were no mountains in the way. It was just completely
right.
sitting in the sky.
All right. And so, then what happened?
So the amount of information, the feeling state was so overwhelming.
Yes.
A lot of information, a lot of clarity.
Well, that's exciting, yes?
Oh.
Yes? No? Not
Yes.
exciting?
Yes, amazing. Exciting.
Oh, all right, yes.
Maybe the most exciting thing ever in my whole life.
Well, so far.
Yeah, I'm just getting warmed up.
Oh, all right.
So can you share who that was? Whose ship that was? I would love to know that information.
Why would you love to know that?
I knew you would ask me that. I sat here, I was like, if I could answer that question, I wouldn't ask this question, and I could not come up with why. Other than that it is a permission slip to uncover and explore deeper into this next reality.
And the state of being that you experienced while you were observing the craft was also given to you to know the state of being you need to come from when you act in life. Yes?
All I got was you are the light of the world. That was
Exactly.
just over and over and over.
Yes, yes, yes. You are made of light.
Thank you.
And if you match the frequency of that experience and act from that frequency in everything you do, in a sense, will be on the level of the highest frequency of light that you can manifest at this point.
So can you tell me who
I'm
was in
working
that
on
ship?
it. I'm warming up to it.
The other thing that happened was I realized that being human,
yes,
that not everybody sees each other as we relate to ourselves.
Of course
Like,
not.
We have these relationships where it's like, I feel like I'm this, and that person's relating to me
Yes.
other than that.
As we already said, you're creating your own version of everyone else to suit whatever it is you need to experience in life in one way, shape, or form.
Okay, so my relationship to them was that they knew me as I knew myself to be.
Yes.
Completely, clearly. I wasn't convincing them. I wasn't trying
Yes.
to explain myself. I was just
Yes.
light.
Yes. Yes. And the message, you are the light, was a message that reflects that another version of you in a non-physical energy form was on the ship.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I know, that's why I said it.
Well, yeah. Well, meaning
It's an
that that's what
Arcturus energy. It's an Arcturus energy.
Okay.
So, how does that sit with you? The Arcturus energy gate is specifically for the purpose of allowing people to remember more of who they truly are on a bigger level. Therefore, It was reminding you that you are made of light, and that literally the version of you on the ship is also literally non-physically made of light. It's a non-physical consciousness, and so is the ship, not actually physical.
So based on my vibratory state at that time, I was able to see that.
Yes, exactly.
In that reality.
Exactly.
Okay. When so I kind of cleared the mountains and then went through a gate, and it was still sitting there.
As I said, a gate. All the symbols are there.
Use your mind. Finally, I had a client with me, and he was on his phone the whole time, and I said to him, "What is that?" And he turned and looked at it, and said a few cuss words like "what," and then it disappeared.
Yes.
As soon as he saw it, they
Yes.
left.
Well, it wasn't exactly for him.
Yeah, it felt very specific in that
Yes.
moment for me.
Yes. Well, you had a date to meet yourself.
It actually even felt like it had, and I know time is that
Yes,
it all
yes.
is now, but it felt like in my linear timeline from my current experience, from this point of view, that it had been put in place.
Yes, exactly. You put it there.
Yeah, it felt like
from the other side.
Yeah, that's how it felt. And it actually felt like a reminder.
Yes.
Because something left, like a
It's your giant post-it note in the sky. Remember who you are. Note to self. Does this help?
Yeah.
All right. Anything else? Or will that suffice?
It's decent. Thank you.
Oh,
Thank
well,
you.
Thank you.
Last in
yes,
California, I got to talk to you and changed my whole relationship to my imagination as myself.
Oh, well, thank you for doing that.
Yeah, thank you.
And thank you for your enlightening conversation.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Oh, this is exciting.
Oh, all right, yes.
A lot of things in life don't really make sense,
And why should they?
so you can understand them, I'm guessing.
You're guessing? Oh, all right. You know there is a famous quote on your planet about that, yes?
No.
Well, you have a saying on your planet that truth is stranger than fiction? Yes?
Yes.
And one of your famous authors, Mark Twain, Samuel Clemens, said, why shouldn't truth be stranger than fiction? After all, fiction has to make sense. Now, there are levels at which you can understand what may seem to not make sense on one level, but does on another. So if the things that you're experiencing don't seem to make sense on the level you're looking at them at, you need to go to another level to see them. Again, a famous quote from your Einstein. A problem cannot be solved from the same level in which the problem was created. You have to go to a higher level to see the solution. So similarly, if things don't make sense, you need to look at them from a higher perspective, and then in most cases, they will start to make sense. But you may need to see them through a different definition, with different eyes. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And so, anything else you want to explore about this? Or is that sufficient for you?
That's good.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you positive?
Yes.
Absolutely?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Can we have about 15 more minutes?
Can you have
No,
15 minutes?
No, I said we have 15 more
Oh,
minutes.
all right.
So, how many? One name or two?
You may start with one and see where we're at.
All right. You're so logical, Bashar. It's nice to have logic. Okay, the next name is Jory C.
Hi, Bashar.
How you good day?
It's so great to talk to you again. I spoke with you in June.
Oh, all right.
My first question is, as a child, there was a book series called The Berenstain Bears. And lately, I've seen some buzz on the internet that now the title of the books is The Berenstain Bears.
Yes.
And everywhere people are looking, even at their old books from their childhood,
Yes.
it now says The Berenstain Bears.
Yes.
But about 95% of the people I've spoken with remember them as Berenstain Bears with an
Yes.
E, not an A.
And so?
So, is this an example of a parallel reality?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay.
That was easy.
Yeah, so would you say that the people who grew up with the Berenstain Bears have now merged into the parallel Earth where it was always the Berenstain Bears?
Yes.
Awesome.
And yet you've also maintained the ability to remember the other parallel reality difference.
I love it.
Because you do this all the time, you shift into parallel realities and very often don't remember the differences.
Right. Makes sense.
But in this case, you are using that as it comes from your childhood as a marker to be able to start noticing the differences and being able to see more than one parallel reality simultaneously.
That's what I hope
To know that you are shifting more consciously,
Perfect. Thank you.
if you can bear it.
Okay, my next question.
Yes.
A couple in my head here.
We make no apologies. Puns come from your world and we learn them from you, so.
And I think we all appreciate them, at least most of us. My next question is, gotta go in the brain. Hold on. I notice I don't have the memory like I used to, so I gotta.
Neither do we.
Yeah.
We have no memory at all.
Okay, so I'm gonna
We
remember
simply
what I
know
need
what
to
we
know.
need to know when we need to know it.
Okay, well, what do I need to know now? Let's see. One of my questions was, what was the Ark of the Covenant and who gave Moses the 10 Commandments if they actually occurred?
The Ark is a device that was mostly a communication device, but also could be used to channel energy in a variety of ways for a variety of purposes. It was a communication device between those humans and an extraterrestrial society. The 10 Commandments were not originally 10 commandments. They were guidelines that explain the idea of the relationship between you and creation. For example, they have become misinterpreted through the generations in a variety of ways through negative and fear-based beliefs and control issues and all sorts of other reasons for the misinterpretations or the misinformation. But as an example, let us say, what you typically refer to as your first commandment, I am the Lord your God, thou shalt not have false gods before me, was originally delivered as the idea of, I am all that is. Anything you may think is a false god isn't, because I am everything and cannot be false. Quite a difference. You understand?
Yes.
So that's the idea that those guidelines were delivered both through the idea of the auspices of telepathic instruction, but also the device was delivered from an extraterrestrial society that people on your planet referred to as angels of God, but they basically were an extraterrestrial society.
So when Moses went up and got the tablets and all of that.
A ship landed on top of the mountain and delivered what needed to be delivered.
Thank you.
But again, there was much misinterpretation because it's coming from a very high dimensional level and being translated or stepped down into physical reality. And in that step down process, there can be automatic distortion and misrepresentation of concepts that come from higher levels if the filters for fear-based beliefs are, shall we say, getting in the way.
That makes perfect sense. Thank you.
Yes.
2 quick questions after that. One is next year being a year that adds up to 9.
Yes. A cycle of completion. That's why we say that in the fall of 2016, everything starts to change.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you want to give us any more details on that.
Nope.
Okay. And
We recently gave you some signs to watch for.
okay.
But one thing we would say is remember that when we tell you these things, it is only a sensing of the energy that exists at the time that we tell you. And sometimes we tell you for the purpose of seeing if you're going to change the energy or not.
I get that.
All right?
I'm going to ask a
So
question.
that's
for
one
my
of the
son.
biggest clues we can possibly give you.
Okay, I'm going to ask a question for my son. He was curious if there was ever a time when the dinosaurs and humans were on the earth together.
Yes, but not humans from your planet. Other beings from other worlds did exist on your planet from time to time alongside the dinosaurs, but they were not humans from your world.
Okay, and
Unless, of course, you count the fact that in certain ways dinosaurs do still exist, because many of them have become what you now call birds.
right, got that.
So in that sense, the answer is yes. But in the way that you meant it, no. Unless, again, of course, you go by the understanding that everything exists here and now. And therefore, in a parallel reality, dinosaurs exist right now, and so do you.
I get it.
And there are versions of Earth where humans exist alongside dinosaurs, yes. But not this version that you are creating right now as your mass consensus reality.
Okay, I got that answer on the way here.
Well, there you go.
Thank you. Do I have
Anything
time?
else?
Yes. When I had the dream that I met a boy and a girl, was that me meeting my hybrid children?
In this case, yes.
Okay. And I see hearts everywhere in nature. Is that just a reflection of my higher self?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Does this help you?
Absolutely. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this timing, we will allow you to go and refresh and nourish yourselves, and we will resume this transmission after your midday nourishment.
Anyway, welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed your lunch and our great environment here. We just love this hotel, and we love being in Vegas. So, we will. We're right now. We're kind of on a pattern. Well, we'll come twice a year, in June, the beginning of June, and in the beginning of November. So just keep that in mind.
All right, everyone have a nice break. All right, welcome back, and goodbye. But it'll say, let us continue the transmission however you wish. Please proceed.
Hi, Bashar.
Good day again.
Hi. I wanted to ask you another question.
Yes.
I've been seeing, I think, spirits.
Yes.
And I'd like to know more about it.
All right. Well, as we said, when you start expanding your consciousness, when you start exploring these kinds of things, your senses become more sensitized to things that were formerly invisible to you. You start being able to see different kinds of energy than you could see before, different beings that may be all around you all the time that you couldn't see before. The spirit world is really close to the physical world. It's just a difference in vibration, just a difference in frequency of energy. And when your senses begin to expand, you can begin to see into the spirit world, and you can develop this and be able to see and communicate with them just as easily as they are able to see you. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Now, being the age that you are, many of the children on planet Earth now are being born and coming through with more of these abilities. They don't have to unlearn them because you haven't forgotten them. You are being born into and living in a reality that is now more open about these ideas. Many of the adults are exploring these ideas, and so it creates more of an environment and an atmosphere that makes it all right for the children to also retain the ability to have stronger senses, more expanded senses. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Is this answering your question, or is there something else you would like to discuss about the spirits that you are seeing?
I'm thinking that it solves my question.
All right, you understand that they are just people, but they're in a different state of being, a non-physical state.
Yes.
Yes. And that all of you, in actual fact, are also already in spirit. You, the greater part of you, is in spirit right now. This part of yourself that you consider your physical self to be is just a small part of the great being that you are. Most of you is in spirit. But you are dreaming that you're not in spirit. And the dream you're having that you're not in spirit is what you call the experience of physical life. But it's just a dream that you're having while you're in spirit. You never actually leave the spirit world, the spirit realm. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So this is a physical dream. And the more you become aware that this is a dream, the more awake you can become in the dream, and the more you can allow yourself to consciously create the physical life dream that you prefer. Does that make sense?
Yes.
What excites you in life?
Seeing happy faces and happy energy.
Seeing happy faces and happy energy. When you look in the mirror, are you one of the faces that's happy?
Yes.
Oh, all right. It's fun to be happy. Do you know that you never have to be anything but happy? Even when you have challenges in life, you can still be happy, because challenges are going to allow you to discover new things, new ideas, new perspectives as you grow. So no matter what challenges may come up in your life, you always have the choice to be happy. And when you choose to be happy, when you choose to be excited, then any challenge that may come up will be much easier to deal with, much easier to understand, and much easier to transform. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Does this help you?
Yes.
Is there anything else you would like to discuss, or will that suffice?
That is it.
Well, then we thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so for those of you whose name was
One
called.
moment. There is a 98% probability that by the time, Natasha, you are nearing the age of the channel, or your parents, that you will have an opportunity to be on a spaceship. We have been given this to give to you, and we will see through your following of your excitement, how you will get there. But that is what we are given to give to you, from friends you have in other places. Do continue, Nania.
Okay. There's a spaceship in your future. Hello, Bashar.
And a you good day.
Thank you for coming back to Las Vegas.
Well, I'm not in Las Vegas, but thank you for the sentiment.
Well, I started coming to you in the 90s.
Yes.
When you were coming once a month, so it's great to have you back here.
All right, well, thank you.
I have 3 questions. The first one is, who created the Nazca lines and for what purpose?
There are different purposes to that. They were created by the indigenous tribe that lived in the area under the guidance of both extraterrestrial beings and also non-physical higher dimensional beings. The main purpose is for the instruction of mastering out-of-body experiences, which would be proven you had been out of body when you could tell from above what the symbols were.
Oh.
They're not really landing strips in that sense. They are symbols that represent different energies that different people may have had affinity for, similar to what you use as your zodiac signs. And when the astral travel was successful, it would be known because they would be able to relate what symbol they had seen from above. That was the main purpose. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Number 2? Question number 2.
A lot of people around the world have been seeing the orange-red globes.
Yes.
And no one seems to know what they are.
We do.
Could you tell us, please?
Was that a third question?
No, that was the second.
Oh, all right.
Oh, all right. All right.
Again, in many cases, they are projections of a higher dimensional consciousness penetrating into your reality, who then appear to be those kinds of energy globes. It's not necessarily how they appear in their own reality, but that's how they appear in yours. They are taking stock, they're making observations, they're seeing what's going on, they are learning what their place may be in the transformations taking place that your planet is also involved in. They are participating from different dimensional states. Some of them might represent what you would think of as the past. Some of them might represent what you would think of as the future. Some of them might represent what you would think of as alternate dimensions of reality. But all are coming to a nexus point to observe and participate in a transformation taking place that affects far more than just your world. Does that help you?
Thank you. I've seen them 3 times.
Oh, all right.
And they bring great joy. I love them.
Yes.
The third question is, I believe it was 2007 in Berkeley, California. I was looking across the water at the Golden Gate Bridge, and there were 3 globes of gold light,
Yes.
from my perspective, about the size of a basketball.
Yes.
They were in the shape of a triangle, but I could see no craft. I just saw 3.
Yes.
So what was that, please?
Well, similar to what I just said. Some of them will come in triads. Some of them will come in other forms, other teams. There may be things there connecting them together that you don't see.
I wonder.
There may be only portions of them that are penetrating into your reality. But again, they represent either probes or intelligences themselves, and their form, their energy may simply translate as those spheres in your reality. But spheres of energy is much the way you look in spirit when you relax your need to present yourself as a physical being.
Oh.
So some of this represents actual beings, some of it represents a technology you have yet to understand that is similar or operates on a similar level to the beings. So some of them are probes, some of them are gathering information, some of them are just observing, some of them are making connections to those who are representative of other aspects of themselves, because for the most part, the kinds of encounters that you have with other beings, be they physical or not, usually, not always, but usually contain what might euphemistically be called another version of you in another reality, so that you're almost always meeting another aspect of your greater being in those encounters. Does that help you?
Thank you. Yeah, I was wondering because the 3 gold ones were all moved away at the same time in the
Yes.
triangle shape, and the
Yes.
spheres come and go in clumps. So
I understand.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, some of them can be connected in a variety of ways, and many times you cannot necessarily perceive the connection in your reality, but you might perceive some aspect of it in the sense that they seemed to be connected by nothing you could see. But there is something there, just beyond the range of your senses or understanding.
I suspected that.
Oh, all right.
Thank you very much.
You are very welcome.
I love you greatly. Thank
Our
you.
unconditional love to you as well.
Hello, Bashar.
And you, good day.
My question is about my pets.
Pets?
Pets. I have
Pets.
2.
Yes.
And
What are they?
Dogs.
Yes.
And one of them became very ill.
All right.
And then the next day, the other one had the same symptoms.
Yes.
And all the tests that were done, everything came back normal.
All right.
And
what are the symptoms?
there was blood, a
Yes.
lot of blood coming
From
their rectum.
Yes.
And all the tests couldn't find anything wrong with them.
Are they in an environment of high stress?
I don't think so. My house, I don't think is very stressful.
One moment. Have they been somewhere other than your house recently?
No, I mean, I take them for walks every day, but
One moment. How is their diet?
they're better now. They're eating again. Everything seems to be okay.
What are they eating?
Well, before it was just regular dog food,
And now?
and now I've added rice and quinoa.
Did you feel that made a difference?
I think so, yeah.
Are they capable of eating raw food?
Yes, they do like raw food.
Can you feed more of that to them?
I can, yeah.
Will you?
Yes, if
All
that's
right.
if that'll help, yeah.
It may.
Okay.
Start with that and see what happens. At the same time, do you play an instrument or sing?
No, but I always have music in the house.
Of what type?
Usually like Reiki music, very soothing.
All right. Do they hear it?
Yes.
All right. One moment. One moment. All right, we are being told this is as far as we can take this, but you will have help from another source. But start with the idea of changing their diet to something more raw so they can be getting more nutrients in their diet.
Okay.
Yes?
Uh-huh.
And check to make sure there is nothing in your immediate environment or along the walks that you take with them that they might accidentally be picking up.
Okay.
Things such as pesticides and so forth.
Okay.
You understand?
Yes.
Just double check to make sure you know where it is they are sniffing around.
Okay.
All right?
Uh-huh.
All right.
Now I have one more question.
Yes.
Regarding the same, one of the dogs
Yes.
has a very bad skin condition. and
This I
we've-
cannot help you with now.
Oh, okay.
You will have help from another source to continue this conversation.
Thank you.
Allow yourself to ask for that assistance in your dream time when you go to sleep, and information will be downloaded to you as to what to do.
Oh, thank you very much.
All right.
Hi, Bashar. Thanks for taking my I want to say call, but it's not my call.
Oh, all right. Good day to you.
Good day to you. I don't have so much of a question
That's all right.
as I just want your perspective on a process that
Yes.
I've been going through.
Such as?
That I feel like my sense of self has been less, and I'm sort of disappearing.
Disappearing? Where are you going?
For lack of a better way of saying this.
All right.
And I don't know where to start with this, but I feel like maybe a good place to start is when I was a kid. I grew up in northern Michigan on a farm, and there's a lot of stars.
Yes.
And I remember looking into the stars and always feeling that two things. Number one, that a lot of comfort, and number two, that they weren't really out there. And that this sense of that same sense has been with me my whole life, and I feel like it's accelerating into different things now.
All right. Is there some other location other than where you are now that you would rather be on the planet? Are you attracted to be somewhere that you're not?
Not specifically.
What do you mean by that?
I've definitely thought about it quite a bit. But
Such as? What locations?
Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Why that?
I used to live in Albuquerque and used to really enjoy going to Santa Fe.
And so you're not there because why?
Because I have a house that I'm way upside down in.
Upside down in?
Yes. As far as how much I owe.
Did you hire the wrong builders?
What's that? I'm sorry?
You hired the wrong builders and they built your house upside down?
Yes, yes.
So, do you really wish to be in Santa Fe? Is that really more representative of your excitement? Because do remember that when we talk about excitement, as a whole idea, all the components within it should also be aligned. What it is that excites you, where it excites you, with whom it excites you, how it excites you, so on and so forth. Is it more exciting for you to imagine yourself in Santa Fe than where you are?
I think, yeah, I live here. And there's things I like about Vegas, but
Yes.
in general, it's been a pretty difficult
All right.
15 years. Yeah.
And so you're saying that your upside down house is keeping you from moving to Santa Fe? Or at least taking some action in the direction of doing so? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And how is it preventing you from doing this?
I just simply don't know the steps to take to get out from underneath it, and haven't actively pursued those, I guess.
Well, more than the idea of figuring out the steps to get out, as you say, from underneath it, what about the steps you could be taking to move in the direction of your excitement and trusting that your excitement will bring you what you need to get out from underneath anything that is not representative of your excitement? What about that approach?
I completely understand that.
Will
Yeah,
you
and
do
I've
that and
felt
act
that.
on that and
Yes.
see what happens?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Then when you move in the direction of your excitement, it will always bring you, if you're open to it and if you're willing to act on it, it will always bring you the information or opportunity you need to let go of something that is not representative of your excitement. But you won't see that opportunity until you act in the direction of your highest excitement, because you cannot even have the capability of imagining, let alone perceiving, how you could get out from under it until you're already moving in the direction of your excitement, because you're not the vibration of your excitement, which is the vibration you need to be to see the solution or to attract the solution. So only by moving forward will you understand how to let go of the past.
I have trouble trusting that it's been a theme that's come up for years.
All
that
right.
I want to go in a certain direction.
You have trouble trusting?
Trusting that it would work.
Well, then you
And
don't understand the mechanism, that's
Yes.
all.
Yes.
Why not? It has already worked. It's working all the time. It's just that it's working against the grain for you instead of with it. If it's willing to work against the grain, why wouldn't it work with the grain? It's just a machine in a sense. It's just a reflective mirror. That's like saying you're going to stand in front of a mirror and you're not going to get a reflection. Why wouldn't you? That's just how it works. It's just the physics of it. You need to render it down to an understanding that's that basic.
Okay.
You're adding too many complications and belief systems that make it seem like a difficult concept, and that's why it seems like it can't work and you can't trust it, because you don't understand that it's already working. It's just working in a direction that's out of alignment with who you prefer to be, that's all. But it's working just fine.
Okay.
So, can you bring yourself to understand the basic concept of this mechanism? The basic physics of it?
I feel like I do, and I have, but it's...
Well, obviously not.
Well, you're probably right.
I am very right. As witnessed by your conversation.
Yes, yes.
Yeah?
So,
what prevents you from letting it be simple? What prevents you really from trusting that it works for you, just like it works for everyone else?
I don't know.
Sure you do.
Okay.
None of you can get away with that answer.
Yeah.
I don't know. Sure you do.
I mean...
Yes,
sort of
what
at
are
a
you buying into? That's the answer. What are you buying into?
It's just a belief in myself enough that what I really want to do is a certain thing.
Yes.
That...
And what prevents you from believing in yourself?
That I'm good at something else, but what I really want to do involves what I do, but it's different slightly, and
Yes.
that
But
I'm
if it
too
is
old
representative of your
Okay.
excitement, wouldn't that by definition mean that you are capable of doing some version of it that works for you?
Yes. Yes.
Or at the very least, if it's representative of your excitement, don't you believe that even if that thing doesn't come to fruition, it's going to lead you to something that will be, again, what is correct for you?
Yes, and the times that I have followed this and moved in the direction, it's gone in ways that I didn't expect.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the real question now is, and this is a common question for many people on your planet, because in many cases, many of you have the experience that this works for you perfectly in one area of your life, but mysteriously doesn't seem to work in another area of your life. So the basic question that you have wonderfully brought to everyone's attention today is, what's the difference between those areas? In your definitions, why are you making this different than that? If this works fine, what is it about this area of your life that you're defining that makes it seem so different that it can't work the same way? That's the question you need to investigate within yourself to discover the belief within about that.
And the fact that this won't leave me alone, that almost my whole life it's been the same thing that's come up.
Higher mind will never leave you alone.
Yeah.
And if you don't pay attention to it sooner, you will pay attention to it later, because it will do whatever it takes to get your attention, because this is what you want it to do. This is what you've asked it to do. This is why you had the life that you chose. Because when you pay attention to the message, when the messenger knocks on the door, yes, can I help you? I have a message for you. Oh, thank you very much. Then the messenger can deliver the message and go on its way. But if you ignore the knocking, then the knocking gets louder and louder and louder and louder. And pretty soon it's a slap in the face, and pretty soon it's a brick in the head, and pretty soon who knows what you'll do to get your attention to finally understand. So don't go that far.
Yeah.
You understand? Because you will get your attention one way or another, even if it kills you.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Because if that's what it takes, if that's what you're stubborn enough to say it takes, that's what will happen.
And I feel like, I teach and I tell people the same thing all the time.
I know.
And it's like, I know I'm really just trying to tell myself that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It doesn't mean you can't share the ideas with others, but generally speaking, anything that is something you gravitate to share with others, there is usually something in there that is for you too.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
Yes? Does this help?
Very much, yes.
Then bon voyage.
Thank you very much.
And a you good day.
I have a couple different questions for you.
Oh, all right. Rather than having a couple of the same question.
Yeah. From different areas.
Oh, all right.
Earlier, someone had asked a question about physics and technology. Wanted
Yes.
to go a little bit deeper
Yes.
regarding that.
Yes.
I feel that I have a gift, and one of my highest excitements is seeing the clarity and simplicity in connecting quantum mechanics to, like you were saying earlier, the macroscopic level as human beings.
Yes.
So in the development of that, you had also mentioned that classical physics is sort of a hindrance that's preventing our society developing into these other quantum mechanics and principles that...
Well, I never said it was a hindrance.
Well, the construct of our society hasn't yet allowed us to be open to the idea
Yes.
of that. And I just wanted to know if you could maybe clarify, in order to advance our understanding of quantum mechanics and physics as it relates to the macroscopic level, do we need to find additional ways of measuring things, such as...
Not so much. You just need to understand the difference between quantum coherence and quantum decoherence. That's
Okay.
it. Because quantum coherence exists on a quantum level. But when there are so many molecules that they jostle each other and create chaos and decoherence, it's that decoherence that actually creates your classical physics level.
Okay.
But if you can impose coherence on something macroscopic, you will actually render it back into a quantum behavior.
Okay.
This is how our ships work. This is how they travel from star to star in the blink of an eye. We impose a field on a macroscopic ship that is representative in general, typically, of quantum decoherence. All the different chaos of all the different molecules is creating such a jumble that the decoherence creates what you understand to be your classical physics, your physical reality. But the idea is that by imposing a field upon it of quantum coherence, it becomes literally like one giant quantum particle, and thus can behave as quantum particles do. It can be both a particle and a wave, it can tunnel, it can do all sorts of things that quantum particles do, and by imposing that on it, then it can behave very differently than things do in the macroscopic world. Yes?
Yeah, very clear to me.
All right.
The next thing is, I had a question about your civilization and you guys as beings.
Yes.
What is your, I guess, as we would perceive it, visible spectrum? As we can only, some people would see energies and some people can see just the visible color spectrum. Can you see X-rays, microwaves?
Oh, yes, if we wish to, we can.
Okay.
We don't always, but if we wish to, we can, and even beyond that.
Okay. And then the other thing is, are you guys subject, or do you possess an autonomic nervous system? And are you subject to the natural body or brain drugs that we experience, such as serotonin, dopamine, oxytocin?
That doesn't affect us so much anymore because we are in our evolutionary state what you would call quasi-physical.
Okay.
Therefore, we are deriving transformational energies directly from the electromagnetic field and the gravitic field, rather than the idea of what you would consider to be chemical fields.
Okay. One other thing.
Yes.
Actually, two other things, I guess.
Oh, all right.
Regarding relationships
Yes.
within your civilization,
Yes.
do you guys have what we call pair bonding, or are you...
It can happen, but it's not like we have a ritual that says it must.
So in
we
essence-
simply allow synchronicity to demonstrate what is appropriate for any given individuals at any given moment. Our entire civilization runs on synchronicity. We are exactly where we need to be, when we need to be there, with whom we need to be, in whatever relationship we need to be, and we know this. Therefore, we can take advantage of knowing that and treat the relationship for what it is, rather than assuming it to be something it is not. Thus, whatever happens is what naturally happens as it unfolds, whether there is bonding for a while and then not, or any other variation of this idea. We really don't know what the relationship is until the end of the life.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yes, absolutely. The other thing, going a little bit back to physics, is our perception of the passage of time. This isn't a time travel question per se, but we perceive it as the arrow of time. It's always going forward
Yes.
towards something. Are you guys able to experience that in either direction?
Well, yes, and actually sometimes so do you. It's called déjà vu.
Okay.
Because you feel like you know what's about to happen, forward arrow, because you feel like it already has Backward arrow.
Okay.
Simultaneously. But yes, we can experience it way beyond that.
Okay. One other question. I don't know if you can disclose this or not, but I feel as though I will be a big catalyst or someone who is instrumental in bridging this gap between letting go of the, classical physics and embracing this furtherment of technology.
All right. Well, that may be so. If you continue to follow your excitement, you'll find out.
Will I work with your civilization or other civilizations somehow?
You may have a high degree of probability of working with other civilizations on this. It is difficult to say at this particular point in your time frame whether or not it would be specifically with us or with someone else.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I have two questions.
Yes.
One is, when will we have the technology to build our own ships to go to space?
You mean aside from the ships you already have?
Yes, like exploration ships so we can colonize and different.
Well, again, you will find that the highest probability of open contact, as we have said, will be between 2025 and 2033. And after 2033, there will be an acceleration of interaction with other civilizations to the point that, again, by 2050 at the latest, you will have some basic form of ships that are similar to what you call UFOs and can go exploring. And beyond that as well, beyond that year, of course.
Okay, is it possible that other civilizations will come before that to give us an idea?
I just told you. Between 2025 and 2033 will be the beginnings of open contact and the sharing of information and knowledge that will lead to your ability to join the stellar society. And by 2050, you will have your own ships. You will be a member of the Interstellar Alliance, at least at the beginning of it, and you will be able to go exploring. That's what I just said.
Okay, sorry.
Does that help?
Yes. The other thing is it possible? Well, I know it is, but...
Are you asking, is it probable?
Okay, probable.
Because anything is possible, but it may not always be probable or relevant.
Okay, will humans from Earth be able to go talk to each other from mind to mind, or...
Yes, when you finally fall in love with each other. Because that's what telepathy is. Remember, you're not reading each other's minds. You're on the same wavelength and you're having the same thoughts at the same time. That's what telepathy is. That's why when you see people who are in love with each other, who have a close bond with each other, they finish each other's sentences, they know what each other is thinking. It's not because they're reading each other's minds, it's because each mind is having the same thoughts because they're on the same frequency.
Yes, and can we connect to computers, our mind to a computer?
Yes, you can, just as we do with our ships, because our ships are sentient and actually a physical representation of our higher minds. And the pilots of the ships are keyed specifically to the ship, and vice versa. So no one else but the pilot can fly that ship because the ship is a representation of the pilot's higher mind and no one else's.
Well, thank you.
Yes.
Well, that's all.
In fact, as we have said, when you finally understand how to construct so-called computers that are sentient, or what you call artificially intelligent, which is kind of a misnomer, you will actually find out that you are conversing with your own higher minds.
Hey, Bashar.
And you, good day.
I want to talk to you about integrity.
You go right ahead.
I notice in my life that I sometimes make agreements with other people.
Yes.
Usually around like going to the same event or doing the same thing or planning something with somebody.
Yes.
And then by the time it gets there or just somewhere along the road,
yes,
it's no longer representative of my highest excitement.
All right. And so, how to use integrity and work that way?
Yes.
Is that your question?
Yes.
Do you let everyone know that might happen? That that's the person you are?
No.
then there you go. You're out of integrity. All you have to do is say, well, you know, I'm excited about doing this right now, and if you're okay with it, I may actually find that something else excites me along the way, and I may not show up. And if you're okay with that, then we're okay. But if you're not, then I will attract people who may be okay with that.
Okay, so will I naturally
It's
attract
all
people?
about what you communicate.
Okay, will I naturally attract people who are okay with that? Because I have done that in the past, and I feel like on the receiving end, people tend to not trust me as much if I do that.
No, it's not about them not trusting you. It's about them trusting that what you've told them is true, that you may not show up.
Okay.
So if they have made a decision that they would prefer to be with people who will, then obviously it's not so much that they don't trust you. It's just that they're telling you, we prefer to interact with people who, when they say they will show up, will show up. One or the other is not right or wrong. It's just a matter of clarity of explaining to people that that's who you really are. At the same time, you may also, just to be sure, want to investigate your own beliefs to make sure that that pattern isn't happening because of the fact that you have negative beliefs that are creating that behavior when it doesn't necessarily have to happen.
Yeah.
But as long as you are clear within yourself and discerning within yourself and honest within yourself that the idea of simply following your excitement will make it from time to time that you may change your mind about where you wish to be, and people know that, then they can work with that one way or the other. The idea, however, also to take it a step further is to understand that if you are really staying within your excitement, it will be easier when you're truly in that vibration to know what things you actually will show up for. There won't be so much confusion or change about that because you will be making a decision from within the pure definition of your excitement, and you know that it will be a high probability that you will actually manifest what it is you said you would manifest, because the knowledge is coming from that state of being as opposed to being uncertain about it.
Got it.
Make sense?
Yeah, it does.
So it's a self-correcting system if you're actually coming from your excitement.
Yeah.
It will allow you to be where you truly need to be when you need to be there. It's not even that you necessarily have to think about it. You won't be diverted if it's important for you to be there because you recognize that it is actually a representation of your excitement to do so. Because again, remember, it's the organizing principle.
Yeah.
Yes? So just make sure you're not just flotsam and jetsam floating around because of uncertainty. Allow yourself to know that it may straighten itself out when you are truly centered and making decisions from within the state of being that is your excitement. And again, there may still be some fluctuation. And as long as you communicate that with people and they know who they're dealing with, then that's fine, because then it's their choice to decide whether they want to have a relationship with someone who does that or not. Yes?
Yes.
Because remember, most of the difficulties in your relationships doesn't come from what is said, it comes from what's not said.
Totally.
Yes?
Yeah.
All right. So be clear about who you are. Even if you will change, be clear about who you are right now. Let people know that. Then they can decide. Yes?
Yes.
Whether or not to invite you.
Great.
And sometimes you will find they don't necessarily even have to invite you, because if you actually are acting from your excitement and it is relevant for you to be where they are, you'll just show up anyway without even knowing they were going to be there. That's what I mean when I'm saying our civilization operates on pure synchronicity. We don't ever have to ask anyone to be anywhere. We just know that where we need to be, all the people that also need to be there will be there. And that's it. That's how it works. Does that help?
Very much. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
And good day.
Hello, Bashar. Hi, I have two questions for you today.
Ooh, two questions.
Yeah, so the first one's going to be, as a Las Vegas native,
yes,
all in my heart, I just want to know What's so special about Vegas?
What's so special about it?
Yeah.
Well, obviously, it's a great focal point for the idea of randomness, locking into different realities and seeing what comes up.
Okay. Okay.
Yes? The spin of the wheel. That there is no absolute future, that it can change in an instant. It's dynamic. It's challenging.
Yes.
It reveals the deep core of your being and forces you to deal with it.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yes, sir.
It's a very strong energy to be in, a very bold energy.
Yes, and it's our home.
Yes.
And so I feel very honored and blessed to be here.
Oh, all right. Well, thank you for adding your energy to it.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for coming. And
Well,
then,
I'm actually above Sedona, but you're welcome.
Yep. Same. And then my other question is, I want to know what the purpose of wisdom teeth are.
Probably to chew your food wisely. It's different for different people.
Okay.
Different things symbolize different things in different people. But obviously, since your people decided to call them wisdom teeth, there's some association to the idea of knowing exactly. Well, I'll just put it this way. Don't bite off more than you can chew.
Yeah.
That's wisdom.
Wow.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
That was perfect.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you all.
Hello, Bashar.
How do you? Good day.
I have a question about the oversoul.
Yes.
It's this energy that houses different entities on different planes and planets.
Well, in a sense, yes, the oversoul is, in concept, a combination of a multitude of souls in various experiences. Yeah.
So, for example, we might not be aware of them, but they could be aware of our existence.
Absolutely, they are.
Yes. And what is a way for us to communicate with them more consciously?
Well, again, the basics. Acting on your excitement will expand your senses and allow you to tap into what you need to tap into from whatever source you need it. Whether you know it's coming from the oversoul or not is actually relatively irrelevant. But the idea is you can know that you're always receiving communion from the oversoul and with the oversoul for whatever information you need that will help guide you. Because through the oversoul comes down through the soul and through the higher mind into the physical mind. Yes?
Sure, but how can we communicate to these different beings that are essentially part of our soul family?
All right, well, again, I'm saying you are communicating with them. You don't always have to be aware that you are, because sometimes being aware of it will actually stop the process of the information you're receiving from them. But if you act on your highest excitement without any expectation or insistence on the outcome, and you need to know, specifically need to consciously know that you're interacting with another aspect of your oversoul, you will. It'll be brought to your attention. But more often than not, the information that comes through those channels comes through unobtrusively so as not to stop the process of you using the information in your life.
Okay, I understand. And I understand the importance of following your excitement, but what
Yes.
about what's the purpose of experiences like the dark night of the soul and this limbo state where you don't feel a relationship to?
Well, there can be many, many different purposes depending upon how many people are experiencing it.
Sure.
But in general, one of the ideas is many people on your planet, because of the belief systems that they've bought into, sometimes attract to themselves the idea of great negativity because it clarifies for them in no uncertain terms the difference between what they don't prefer and what they do prefer. And if that's the only thing that your belief system will allow you to become clear about, then that's the way people will do it.
So you have to experience this negativity.
I
and
didn't say you
darkness.
have to.
Okay.
I just said that that's what many people do because they are confused because of their belief systems as to how to experience joy. So sometimes they will give themselves the experience of darkness because in great darkness, it's actually easier to see any light at all. It's like the idea and the symbol of the candle in the middle of a dark void. It's very easy to see the tiny little candle because there's no other light around it. So it makes it easier to find the light when you surround yourself sometimes with darkness. That's just a methodology that some people use.
So what are ways to get out of that state?
Go to the light. Now that you found it in the darkness, go to the light. Be aligned with that. Act in ways that allow you to express who you truly are. Be in alignment with your preferred vibration by acting on your highest joy and knowing that anything that needs to be revealed to you that's out of alignment will be, so that you can identify it and let it go.
I see.
Yeah? Remember, your yin-yang symbol shows you that always, always in the darkness, there is always a spot of light. And even in the light, there is always the opportunity to experience the darkness. Sure. It can go both ways. It's up to you to choose what you prefer and just keep choosing that. You have to validate the darkness, not make it something more than the light, but when everything is equal, then you can choose what you prefer without invalidating what you don't prefer.
Okay.
Yeah?
What is your relationship to the Earth right now from the ship that you're at?
Do you mean how high above the planet am I?
Yes.
About 1,300 of your miles, give or take.
All right. That's not bad. Do you exist in how should I say this? Is the ship visible for...
Not to you.
No.
Not yet. Okay. It can be sometimes, but generally not to you, not yet. And I mean you, meaning all of you, not just you personally.
Okay. All right. I have this idea that I was in Sedona this summer, and I experienced something called aura photography.
Yes.
Where you have your palm measured, and it kind of measures the energetical field around you and colors.
Yes,
and,
yes. We understand the concept.
Intensity. So my idea was to create a room that's a multi-sensory experience room where you get your energy measured.
How exciting.
Yes. So it would work in the way of transferring that energy through aromatherapy and music therapy and 3D projection mapping.
All wonderful permission slips. When will you do this?
That's my question. When will be a good time to do it so people are open?
Now would be a good time to do it. What's stopping you from doing it now?
I'm not sure if people are open to this concept yet.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah?
Have you forgotten the one-sided coin concept?
I don't know that concept.
Oh, let me illuminate you.
Tell me.
If you have a gift to give that you're excited to give, that tells you there must be someone waiting to receive it, or you wouldn't be excited about it. It's like saying there can be a one-sided coin. I have the head, but there's no tail. Not possible. If you have the head, there is a tail. If you have a gift, there is someone waiting to receive it, or you wouldn't be excited about giving that thing. There is no pointless creation. Do you understand? Yes. Your excitement is exactly who you are. And if you're saying there's no one in your reality waiting to receive what you have to give, you're saying you're pointless. And that doesn't exist. Does that make more sense?
Absolutely.
So now is a good time.
Sounds good.
All right.
Thank
you.
Tadeo, we have about 40 minutes left and for questions.
Until what time on your clock?
4 o'clock.
All right. And so you wish to pick 5 more?
All right. Akshay. So just raise your hand. Ani, A-N-I-E. She here? A-N-I-E. Okay.
There will be a class following this transmission in penmanship. Not really.
I know people might take you literally. Diane Click. Joey Weissman. No, I think that's Emma again. Only one time, Emma. But obviously, that was a nice synchronicity. And then Eric Ramos. There you go. Okay. And then we'll have a question from our Ustream listeners.
Yes.
Hey, Bashar.
I know you. Good day.
Really excited to be here.
All right.
And it's great to meet you.
You as well.
And thanks for all the guidance you've given me over the past 3 years.
Thank you for applying it in your life.
All right, so I've been making music for like 3 years.
All right.
And it's been like, I've had a really good time. It's revealed a lot of things about myself to me.
Okay.
Some that I wish to change, some that I'm happy with right now.
All right.
So it hasn't yet been able to support me financially.
That's all right. And it doesn't necessarily, again, remember, have to be financial.
Yeah, and like whatever way it comes.
Abundance, once again, is the ability to do what you need to do when you need to do it. That's it.
Okay.
That's the definition of abundance.
All right. So, like the threshold of belief we speak about sometimes, but like how long will I take to actually be the person that I envision myself to be? And I think that's like right now down to like 6 months.
All right.
And so I want like, what do you think? Like, is it kind of...
What I think is irrelevant. What you believe is the only relevant thing.
But is it like accurate?
What I think is irrelevant.
All right.
Because it might be accurate right now and the next second it might not be.
Okay.
It's up to you to keep choosing the idea of how relevant that is for you.
Okay.
Because you may change your mind tomorrow.
Okay. And all right, so about past lives, can you give me some information about like what I've done in my past lives?
It's not you.
All right.
Remember, everything is simultaneous?
Yeah, so like a parallel version of me.
Yes.
Okay, so like
why?
I might be inspired to write about it.
Well, then be inspired to write about it. If you feel inspired to write about it, what comes to you? What's the first thing that pops into your head when you feel inspired to write about it? That's the way to work it.
Okay.
Not say, well, what is it? And then I might get inspired about it. Okay. Be inspired and the information will pop into your head if it needs to.
All right, cool.
Yes?
Okay.
So are you inspired to do that?
Yeah.
Are you excited about doing that?
Yeah.
What just popped into your head?
Just to write.
About what? What life? What era?
About Atlantis.
All right, thank you. You can start there.
Okay. So any information give me about that or no?
Not going to write it for you.
All right, cool.
Despite the fact that we are quasi-physical, we do not function as a ghost writer.
All right. Okay. And so like 2 years ago, I watched this video of you where you said that 11/11 will be where I move into my new house.
Yes.
So was that like for me or it wasn't relevant to me?
If you believe it's for you, it's for you. Because again, like anything, it's a permission slip. And if you're attracted to it, it will work for you. If you're not attracted to it, it won't.
Okay. And do you see it like going there soon? Like.
Do you think I'm a soothsayer?
Sorry. All right.
We are helping to explain how these things work so you can use the tools for yourself rather than coming to ask us or anyone else to simply tell you what is going to happen, which very often, by being told what is going to happen, will make it not happen.
Yeah.
Because now you have new information and you've changed the outcome of the prediction.
Okay.
So You get to decide what's true for you. Just keep moving in the direction of your excitement. Let yourself be inspired and see what comes up. And you will know what the timing is. You don't need to be impatient. It will happen exactly when it needs to. Remember, the only reason that any of you become impatient is because you think you need patience. You don't. If you're doing what you love to do and you're living in the moment, you don't need patience because you're simply having too much fun to care what happens next.
Yeah,
and therefore, if you don't need patience, you will never become impatient.
Okay.
It's that simple.
All right.
So have fun. Be creative.
Yeah.
Lighten up. Remember, again, enlightenment, the first step is to lighten up on yourself.
Yeah.
Yes?
Makes sense.
Does this help?
Yeah, just one more question.
Yes. Yes.
I lost it.
Oh, well, maybe that's for the best.
All right, cool. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Sometimes when you actually allow yourself to come fully into the moment, you will lose questions that are irrelevant for the now.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Well, my question is an ongoing question about a book I want to write.
An ongoing question.
And it's an ongoing history of the human race.
Yeah.
And we spoke about it briefly.
Yeah.
And it was an interesting response that all of our history is not here.
Correct.
And
it's
so,
one of the gifts you will be given when open contact occurs. You will be reminded of what the real history of your world actually is, and all the missing gaps, or at least most of them, will be filled.
Well, then, if I'm going to write this book, I'm going to live to be 105?
Maybe.
Okay.
That's not so far-fetched anymore on your planet, is it?
It is not.
All right.
I like it.
Oh, all right. But that doesn't mean you can't start writing now if you're excited to do so.
And I am.
All right.
There was another thing that I hope it's not too personal, and you can say if it was.
Oh, all right.
Okay. We were discussing, and you stopped what we were discussing because there was a synchronicity between you and April when I brought up the DNA work that I'm doing.
Yeah.
And I find some interest in the DNA work that I do everywhere.
Yes.
And I was going to incorporate that into my book.
Go ahead.
I will, thank you.
All
I
right.
was wondering if you could give me any pointers on that. There are different cultures around the world that would assist me in
again,
a broader,
the idea
unified
now
version.
Is that many of the markers that were turned off in the Anunnaki hybridization that created Homo sapien are now being turned on in your DNA. This is why you're experiencing expansions of consciousness, becoming more sensitive to formerly invisible energies, becoming more what you call telepathic and psychic. Even the desire to explore spirituality is the result of certain genetic markers being turned on that have been turned off for thousands upon thousands of years. So you are becoming more like the Anunnaki now, and therefore it is important for you to maintain the vibrational state of being that you prefer, so that you will not necessarily walk down exactly the same path, but will be your own version of that idea in a positive and constructive way.
Awesome.
Does that help?
It does.
All right.
Another question.
Yes.
I have an estranged husband.
Your husband is strange?
He is strange, and so am I, and I love it.
Oh, all right.
He
And
chose to have a form of a stroke a few
Yes.
months ago.
Yeah.
And he's still alive and with us and doing wonderful, except he
right.
doesn't have any idea who I am or anyone else.
That may
But
be a blessing, yes?
It is. He loves it. He's got peace now.
Yes.
Okay.
Sometimes people will create peace in their lives in the most radical ways because they can't imagine or don't have a belief system that will allow them to do it any other way. That's going back to what I told you about the idea of you'll get the message somehow.
I resonated to that. He did get it. Yep.
Yeah. All right.
But it's still pleasurable for him. Okay. And
Sometimes decisions are made, and when those decisions are made, the physical consequences may need to play out because, again, they don't have a belief system that says anything else can occur.
And doing my little dance of the Saki and the Soma, I find myself sort of flighting through like a gypsy all around the world.
Yeah.
And
sounds exciting.
It's really wonderful, exciting, but to some people like my little 13-year-old grandson who sometimes would like to resonate and stay in the same school with the same students for a while.
Oh, all right. Well,
They
that can
commit-
happen too.
Yes. And you've just never given me even a slither of a hint on whether that might be, this wonderful place. And I have houses all over the place now. I
Yes.
wondered if you might give me a slither of a hint.
A sliver of a hint of what?
What would be like in both of our highest good a place?
Where are you most attracted to? As we go back to the idea of explaining, as we did in the beginning of this transmission, there is usually something that is at least slightly more exciting than any other option. And if, again, it seems as if the excitement is absolutely dead equal, then it doesn't matter which one you choose, because if you choose the one that's not the path of least resistance, it will show you and turn you around to the other path. So the only thing you need to do is determine if something has a little bit more excitement than anything else, or even if it doesn't, just make a decision so that you can move forward and let the automatic device show you whether or not that is the path or not. That's all you have to do.
I got it.
It's very simple. So, does one choice stand out even a little bit more than any other choice? Is more exciting than any other choice, even just by a margin?
Not really.
Oh, come on.
Well, I have a house in Oregon, I have a house in Texas, you
Yeah.
know. I think I enjoy being in Oregon a little more than I enjoy being in Texas.
Why?
Because I feel left alone.
You feel left alone.
From some aspects that I don't like being around.
All right.
Okay. But when I stay in Oregon for a while,
Yeah.
then I get kind of tired of Oregon. So I haven't found the
You get
place.
tired of Oregon?
I do.
Or you get tired of yourself in Oregon?
I get tired of myself in Oregon.
All right.
It's not exciting enough.
All right. And
Okay.
so you go with the flow. So in general, what you're saying is your highest excitement is that there is no one place.
That's true.
There you go. That's your highest excitement.
And so
Your place is every place.
I love it. That's what I keep trying to tell my grandson, who continues to tell me, hey, I would really like to settle down in high school.
Then let him.
Okay.
Does he have to go with you all the time?
He does not.
There you go.
Awesome.
Problem solved.
Problem solved.
That was difficult, wasn't it?
Freeing.
All right.
Last question. I have a parrot. His name is Oscar.
All right.
It's just uncertain at how old he is. My grandson was kind of wondering if he was between 35 and 40 and some message from my parrot. He's just a wonderful friend of mine.
And what do you wish to know?
His age.
His age?
Yeah.
39.
Thank you, Bashar. Love you.
You as well.
Hi, Bashar.
And you good day.
All right. First question is a fun question. It's
so the rest won't be.
Well, all of them are.
Oh, all right.
All of them are fun questions.
Yes.
All right. How we as people and everything we socialize now. You as a channel on the other side of the veil.
I am not the channel.
Or
the channel is sitting in the chair in
the
front of
channels, yes. Or you as Bashar.
Yes.
On the other side of the veil, do you guys have met? Because I came to understand that you guys had a whole group of channelers together. Now, after that, did you guys, on the other side of the veil, get together? And
Other
meet?
side of the veil?
Or
why are you talking about us like we're dead?
No. Well, on the
you
other
mean in our civilization?
In your civilization, if you've met other channels in our, on our planet, but then you
You
guys.
mean other entities that are being channeled? Is that what you mean?
Yes, other entities that are being channeled in
Yes,
a way.
of course. We're aware of many other entities that are being channeled and interact with many of them quite often.
Oh, okay. That's cool. Because how we do we socialize and get together. I was just wondering if you guys do the same
Well,
thing.
not like you do, not exactly.
Not exactly,
Not
but-
with the entities. Most of them are non-physical.
Oh, okay.
Some of them are physical, and we can sometimes, as you say, get together.
Mm-hmm.
But again, we trust the synchronicity of when that is relevant.
Oh, okay.
So how it happens is unknown until it happens.
It happens.
We
Okay.
don't organize or send out invitations in a sense.
Okay, cool. And then the second question I had was, maybe it's the chaos of, I tend to think of, I like to see how things work and all that. And then
Yes.
in our reality is that I'm experiencing this reality with everybody here, but then they're experiencing their reality at the same time.
Yes.
And then
But you are experiencing what you call a shared reality by agreement, by each of you creating your own version of each other that is similar enough so that you can have the experience of a so-called shared reality. Yes.
Oh, okay. So that means that they're together with me at the same time in my reality that's my reflection?
To a certain degree, not completely 100%, but to a
Okay.
certain degree, enough that you can experience the concept of a somewhat shared reality, yes.
Oh, okay, okay.
A mass consensus agreement as to what the game is that's being played and what the rules are, so that you can all experience a similar game enough so that you can interact with each other in certain ways.
Oh, okay. Okay. That was about the 2 questions I had, and that's it. That's,
Oh, all right. Well,
that's great.
thank you.
No, thank you very much. All right. Thanks.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I'm really happy and excited about my life, and I love to share it in relationship with other people. And my highest excitement, often I'm wanting to include others
Yes?
that sometimes don't cooperate with my highest excitement.
Then that's not your highest excitement.
But sometimes I feel that is my highest excitement.
It can be your highest excitement to include others, but your highest excitement has to include their ability to say no. Or it's not really representative of excitement. Because if you need them to say yes and agree with you, that's not a definition of excitement.
Okay.
Excitement allows others to be who they are, knowing that whatever their response or reaction may be to your offering of sharing is exactly appropriate for them at that moment, and therefore you allow them to be who they are in the same way you would like them to allow you to be who you prefer to be.
Perfect. And one of the things that I'm hoping for in my life right now is
Hoping for, all right.
desiring
Go ahead.
is
Something
that
you're excited about.
I'm excited to find relationship in that partnership with someone who would share that time with me in my life.
All right, and do you trust the timing of your life?
I-
Big hesitation.
Yes, I guess I'm a bit impatient.
Well, you know what we just said about that. You are not yet the person that you actually prefer to be who would attract the person you prefer to attract. Would you rather attract a person when you're not yet the person you prefer to be and get a reflection of that?
No.
Thank you. Then trust the timing.
Okay. And I'd just like to know personally what's the highest and best inspirational message you have for me right now?
I've already given it to all of you.
Okay, thank you.
You must understand it is this simple. If you act on your highest excitement to the best of your ability every moment that you can, with zero insistence on the outcome, that is the formula. It's the only formula. It's the thing that's going to allow you to reach the highest, experience the greatest expansion, and be most in alignment with yourself and creation, which is basically the same thing. It really is that simple. It's not mysterious. It doesn't have to be any more difficult than that. But if it seems more mysterious, if it seems more difficult, if it seems like there should be something else beyond that, examine your beliefs and find out why you think that should be so.
Thank you very much.
Does that help you?
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Good day. So my highest excitement in life is creating like processes or like permission slips for people to use to understand that beliefs create their own reality.
All right.
And my interest lately has been understanding the belief systems of like enlightened masters.
Yes.
So like when it comes to
They are beyond belief. They
So they've
know who they are. That's why, again, I said it renders down to the 2 simple words, know thyself.
Right.
So ascended masters know who they are, and knowing is above and beyond belief.
Right. So my question is, can you give examples of maybe Jesus or Buddha that how they transcended limited beliefs that they had and what permission slips they used to get from the limiting belief and then transcending it, what kind of permission slips did they use in their lives?
They used life itself. Does that make sense to you? They trusted that whatever would happen in life would be exactly what they needed to achieve that transcendence. They trusted life perfectly, 100%, that it would deliver exactly the processes they needed to experience transcendence. That's what they knew for a fact.
So were they born with that, or what
Some were. Well, in a sense, all of you are.
Right.
But some are born with the realization of that, and some of them have chosen to go through a process to gain realization of that.
What would that process be?
Whatever process happened to them is what I'm saying. It's not a specific process that works for everyone.
Right.
I'm simply saying some of them chose to go through the process of whatever would come to them that would put them through a process. In other words, again, they trusted how their life unfolded.
So can you give me an example of something that happened maybe in Buddha's life or Jesus' life that got them to go to transcend that, to know thyself? That's something...
Well, being nailed to a cross did it.
Okay. What about Buddha?
The idea is seeing the light in the darkness for Buddha. Recognizing suddenly in an instant understanding, what you would call a gestalt awareness, that a single candle at night in the darkness is all that is necessary to illuminate the entirety of creation, if you know how to look.
Okay, thank you.
Now, I was being a tiny bit facetious with the idea of being nailed to a cross, but only a tiny bit, because what we are actually saying is they were willing to allow themselves to be taken to extremes to actually transcend past the idea that any of those things can actually affect who you really are as an eternal, indestructible being. So that was the process that was allowed there.
I see.
Yes?
Yes, thank you. So when it comes to my feeling as I've been studying...
No, one moment. Are you sure? Oh, all right. We are being asked to ask you, this may come in the form of what you call a joke. What were Jesus' last words on the cross? Nailed it.
Which goes back to the idea that to be enlightened, you have to lighten up on yourselves. I see.
Exactly. Don't take it so seriously.
Right. And then I have a question.
Yes, that went over well. Thank you.
And then in the prior transmissions, you've talked about how the...
One moment. Isn't it interesting that nobody asked who you are? Just plowed right ahead.
Who are you?
The one that gave the joke was Jesus.
Oh, right on.
Remember that one of your biblical quotes is, "My joy I leave with you." Yes?
Yeah.
All right. So now you may plow ahead.
Thank you. And then on a different topic, when it comes to, you were talking about how the Yael will be the first hybridized race that we come into contact with.
Yes.
Is there going to be any race before that that's not hybridized, or is it?
Yes.
What?
Don't ask who. I can't tell you.
All right.
But good question.
No. And then my final question is about the moment of now.
Yes.
One thing that really changed in my life was when I read the book The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle.
Yes, totally.
When I read it, I had a shift where then I realized that the only moment that does exist is now.
Yes.
But at the same time, I thought about it later, and isn't that at some level, even though it is true, isn't it still a belief in itself? Or is it
No, it's an
transcended?
actual description of the structure of existence and one of the 5 laws. Remember? Laws are the laws. They are not beliefs. They are a description of
Oh,
the
yeah.
structure of existence itself.
I see.
Yes.
And
Does that help?
That does help. And then one last question.
Oh, one last question.
Is Eckhart Tolle a wanderer?
A type of wanderer, yes.
I thought so. Okay. Awesome. Much love to you. Thank you, Bashar.
And you as well.
So we're actually a little ahead of schedule. So
Not really.
I mean, can
Not
we?
really. Perfect timing.
Okay, so you don't want another questioner beyond what I was.
You may
gonna do?
ask your Ustream question.
All right. Well. Okay. Well, there are several.
Well,
so-
there you go.
Okay.
We'll see how far you get.
We'll see. Okay, what if your highest excitement includes something long term, such as having a child,
Yes.
and you run out of that excitement? You are stuck in a position where you can't get rid of the child, but being a parent is no longer your excitement.
We would suggest that you re-examine the idea that the initial creation then was not made within the vibration of excitement, but within the definition of an idea that excitement would wane. And that's a different definition than the definition of excitement.
So the person had the definition of excitement that you can never really keep that level of excitement going.
Exactly.
It goes away after a
And
while.
that is not a definition of excitement.
And so they manifested a child that supported the reflection of that belief.
Absolutely. You understand perfectly.
Okay, good. Okay, and why is the contact crystal a hexagon? Are you looking at me?
Well, it supports the idea very specifically that what is attached to it, around it, as the central hexagonal crystal, are 6 others, which represent the 6 hybrid races and altogether the 7th that we have talked about many times.
Oh, oh that's nice.
Therefore, it's appropriately designed.
Okay. And then
Earth being the 6th hybrid race. Because there are already 5. We are the 3rd. But altogether, the 6 and the 1 in the center will be representative of the 7th hybrid race when all 6 hybrid races exist and blend together into the 7th. That's the core of our common evolution and what we share as family and where we're going into what you call the future. Together.
Okay, and then the last one is, well, there's another one after this, but...
Oh, another last one.
Yes.
It's amazing how many last questions you people have.
What is the link between reincarnation and balancing our masculine and feminine poles and sexual orientation?
This question may not really translate properly in the context of the way these things actually work, because as we have said, reincarnation, in a sense, can be a real experience, but it's not an accurate description mechanically of what's actually happening since all lives exist at once. So to ask what is the length of time for reincarnation is only the idea of asking about what kind of an experience can someone have relative to these experiential concepts that is imposed upon the actual mechanical structure. And the answer would be it can be different for every person based on their belief systems and what theme they are exploring. There's no standard in that sense, since all we're dealing with is an experiential projection or an illusion.
So maybe a way to approach this would be more like understanding the concept of sexual orientation and the balancing of the male and the female energy and how that's being expressed currently in our society.
Yes. Well, I suppose if you want, we could collect all the different ways in which people experience that and give you a relative average, if you want. A relative average time frame for you would be about 300 years.
Wait, you're saying the time frame for
the length of time to balance out the idea reincarnationally of the balancing of the male and female pose is that sense about 300 years on average for your species.
And isn't that like one of the most critical elements of our imbalance right now, the imbalance between male and female?
It's one of them, yes.
And a lot of people are exploring their sexual orientation
Yes.
in a reality now where there's more allowance for
Yes.
that.
Yes. And therefore you are changing the average. Used to be about 1,000 years.
Wow. And so when you were talking about the markers turning on,
Yes.
like I remember you telling me that actually you create the state of being where the markers are turned on. It's not like somebody from outside comes in and turns on your markers.
Correct.
So the first thing is by getting into the higher vibrational states, by going gamma and by following your passion.
Yes.
That by doing that, it then allows you to turn on your own markers that
Yes.
are already there.
Yes.
Which then allows you to access more, I would say.
Yes. This is another version of the old idea that we've discussed where you think you're only using 10% of your brain, but in fact you're using 100% of your brain to make it seem as if you're only using 10%. So now, as you expand, you start using 100% of your brain to make it seem as if you're using more than 10%. But you've always been using 100%. It's just that you're hiding some of the effects from yourself because you don't believe you're ready for them.
So when you have been sharing with us about following your excitement, one thing that I've learned over time is that the precision with which you're capable of expressing your excitement in a way that it is not clouded or...
Yes. The precision with which you are capable of clearly understanding the mechanism and how it works and why it expresses itself that way is of paramount importance.
Because it always harkens back to the idea of the eye of the needle,
Yes.
that in order to truly
Yes.
move to that level of experience,
Yes.
you have to be willing to let go of any definitions that are impeding your ability to truly express your excitement.
Yes, this is again another analogy of dropping baggage that has nothing to do with you.
But in the actual experience of it, what we've seen is that a lot of people follow their excitement, but they're not really sure if it's 100% that they're expressing their excitement.
But this is the process that you're going through, is learning
Right.
how to be more discerning about what is and isn't.
And one of those big issues is it anxiety or is it coming from a place of true excitement?
Yes, that's the discernment you need to develop. And all it takes is absolute honesty and a willingness to investigate those things and to not be afraid if you encounter fear-based beliefs, because they're only beliefs and can be changed.
So perhaps one of the ways to determine whether it's anxiety or excitement is to see whether or not, in a sense, roadblocks or things come up in the path that say, no, you can't do this anymore. You need to do something different, or you need to express this in a different way, because otherwise you could be doing your excitement thinking you are, but you're actually expressing anxiety.
Yes.
And then
that can be one of the ways.
So-
That's why we said there are things to look at that are specifically the things that make you unable to actually take action on your excitement that you have agreed to abide by.
And it can be as simple as another person who's in a more, I guess, has more dominion in a situation saying, no, you can't do that. It can come
In
that
a sense,
way.
it can come that way, as long, again, as the person saying that this is not appropriate is coming from a place also of centeredness. Yes.
So I know it's just so challenging. I mean, it's juicy in the sense
Exactly.
that
You live on
there
a juicy
is-
planet.
there is a complexity to really getting in touch with what's anxiety and what's excitement.
Yes,
That's
there is a
big
rich
thing.
complexity, but it's still not complicated.
Yeah, I wonder, is there almost like a litmus
Litmus test.
test? Good grief. a litmus test that you can use with yourself to test whether is this anxiety or is this excitement.
Yes, there are many.
You want to share one?
What if I don't?
It's okay.
How do you feel about that?
How do I feel about that if you say you don't feel like it?
Yes.
Well, then I'll probably think of something myself. If
All
you
right,
want me
well,
to.
that's a litmus test.
What, because I'm not getting upset with you
Yes.
for not doing it?
Exactly.
Oh, and that was the other thing you were talking about, where it's like the way to test, like you were talking about when you're in a situation where another person has a different point of view than you
Yes.
do.
Yes.
And the idea is to go within and see if you're reacting to the other person's point of view, particularly if what they're suggesting is making you feel disempowered.
Because they're not making you feel disempowered. You're making yourself feel disempowered. That's the honest litmus test, is to take full responsibility for what you feel.
Right.
It doesn't matter whether anyone else's intention is to get you to feel that or not. You are utterly responsible, all of you, for what you feel. And when you take full responsibility for it, then you'll be able to clearly understand what belief systems exist within you that are generating that feeling, and you'll understand the purpose that the interaction served to put you in touch with something within yourself you needed to be in touch with so you could clear yourself regardless of whether the other person clears themselves or not.
Right.
Or even needs clearing or not.
Right, because the idea is anytime you're actually getting into an argument with someone, that shows you that you're not clear.
Yes.
Because otherwise you would be approaching the other person with the recognition that they're experiencing a limitation, and that you are wanting to be helpful, supportive. You truly are coming from a place of support and helpfulness.
If you
not,
truly are, yes.
Not the idea of, well, you should change because you're not the way I want you to be, or you're
Exactly.
creating a limitation for me that I don't
Yes,
like.
because it doesn't matter what anyone else chooses. You know it has no effect on you if you don't choose to be affected.
So ultimately, one of the strongest litmus tests you can use is the one that says, am I feeling an internal reaction to what is happening to me in my reality via another person or something else that's generating an anger feeling that's lasting beyond 15 seconds, a victimization feeling.
This is exactly why we often suggest that the question to ask yourself is,
what would I have to believe is true about myself in relation
to the way I do? Yes.
But, then a lot of times it comes down to, well, ultimately everybody here seems to have an issue with self-worth.
A lot of them do.
And empowerment.
Yes.
So if
these are the major themes that you're all exploring.
Right, but then it just kind of gets all lumped into one thing of, oh, well, I guess I'm not worthy,
Yes, all right. You can take it down to that if you want, if that simplifies it for you, but nevertheless,
but I don't think it's
a
as
theme
useful
to be explored. Of course it's useful.
No, I mean, it's useful to know that you may not feel your full empowerment, or you may feel...
If it's getting muddled, then that's one of the tricks of the negative belief, to muddle it so you won't have anything to focus on and let go of.
Right, so that's the moment you pull out that piece of paper that when you went through all the negative beliefs, and say, okay, I'm having an internal reaction to something that's happening.
Yes, when something doesn't seem to work, you know your definition isn't clear. Why your definition isn't clear will always be based on a belief that's out of alignment with your true self.
Yeah, it's almost like the idea of if you ever find yourself in a situation where you go, I should be able to manifest this. I should be able to attract this. Why am I not doing that? It's really so simple to do.
Well,
but
yes, if it's relevant at that moment, yes. But again, it comes down to trusting how things unfold. And if something isn't manifesting that you think ought to be, getting in touch with the ideas and the beliefs that you have, using the threshold of believability test to see if you can let go of things that might accelerate the manifestation. But when you get it down to a certain point where no other beliefs can be let go of, then whatever time it takes is the time it needs to take for you to appreciate the process you chose to experience by choosing to have a physical life. Because physical life is all about the process. That's what life is. The process is the point. And that's all there is to it. So, speaking of processes,
Yes, Tadeo.
now it is time for you to take a very short break, and we will resume the transmission for your holotope meditation, yes?
Yes, that sounds
All
great.
right, so very short break. We will resume transmission soon. Oof. How's it going? But it'll say we will continue the transmission by asking each and every one of you to become relaxed and start breathing deeply in and out. And as the lights dim and as your music comes up, focus your eyes on the center of the holotope and allow yourself to just drift freely. Relax, let go. For now, all you need to do is be in the experience, here and now. Allow the information coming to you through the holotope to go into your neurological net, through your eyes, through your ears, through your skin, through your electromagnetic aura. Allow yourself to just open up and absorb whatever it is you need at this time, knowing it will be perfectly the right thing for now. And it may come in as a seed and may blossom later, but you know the seed has been planted, and that seed is the seed of change within you, so that you can become more and more who you truly are and allow yourself to let go of that which you are not, which no longer serves you, so that you will not be held back, weighed down, so that you will be able to float and fly and drift freely through your consciousness, through the sea of awareness that is all that is, that embraces you in unconditional love and support. And as you focus on the center of the holotope and breathe deeply, gently, in and out, and begin to truly let go and relax, and feel everything melt away that is not you. Allow yourself now the opportunity to remind yourself that this is just another form of mirror, that you are looking at a reflection of your greater self, represented by all the lines and connections and colors in the holotope, and that the center of this structure is the eye of your inner mind, your higher mind, looking back at you, giving you all the information that you need in its gaze, so that you know you always have access to everything you need, here and now. And as you continue to breathe gently in and out, we take this opportunity to remind you that as you are more and more willing to act on your true excitement and to be able to tell the difference between your excitement and any anxiety you may be holding on to through fear-based beliefs, that as you gain more ability to discern the difference, and as you align more fully with that which is truly your excitement, your joy, your true vibration, your signature frequency, your unique presentation of consciousness, the facet of the multidimensional crystal that you are, of all that is, that you allow yourself to truly know, not just believe, but know for a fact that if you act on your highest excitement to the best of your ability, with absolutely no insistence or assumption on the outcome, but knowing that whatever the outcome is, you will relate to it through a positive definition so that it may serve you in a positive and beneficial way, then you know for a fact that you will always be capable of transforming, changing, expanding, growing in ways that are always going to be representative of joy and ecstasy. And opportunities will synchronistically come that will provide the doorways through which you can walk, that will always be the path of least resistance. For these are the tools in the complete kit of excitement. And as you breathe, take them in and make them your own and know they are true for you. That by acting on your excitement and following the formula as precisely as you can, with integrity, it will support you in all the ways you need to be supported, no matter what form that support, that abundance needs to be expressed. It will be there in perfect timing. That it will be the driving engine that moves you through life and gives you energy and fulfills the idea of the passion you have about being passionate. And it is the organizing principle that through synchronicity will always show you what needs to be done, in what order and when, again in perfect timing, and in any given time period that is allotted to you. All the things that need to be done in that time shall be done, and the things that are not do not need to be, and are saved for another day. And it is the path of least resistance that allows you to flow effortlessly through life, smoothly, knowing when to turn, because it is still part of your path, and that there can be no obstructions or obstacles or impediments in it, that everything is there for a reason, and that the winding path may be the fastest path. And it is the path that leads and connects to all other expressions of excitement in your life, no matter again in what form they may come. For it is not by how they look that you can tell they are connected, but by the fact that they contain more excitement than anything else at that moment. It's the excitement that is the thread to follow, that tells you that these things, no matter how they look, no matter how different they may seem, even sometimes in opposition, are connected by that excitement, are the thread to follow, and that it will lead you to more and more expressions and fuller expressions of your joy and your passion and your love. And that it is also the reflective mirror that will reveal to you, even as you act on your excitement and bring up for your attention anything within your unconscious or subconscious mind that may be out of alignment as a fear-based belief with the true vibration of your being, so that you can identify it consciously. For once you do, any belief that is out of alignment will appear illogical, nonsensical, and you will know it has nothing to do with you and came from someone else, and you can drop it, for it is not yours. And it will lighten you up, and you will fly free, carrying that which is only your own, which weighs nothing at all. And you will know that this kit of excitement, being complete, will absolutely leave nothing relevant out of your life that needs to be there, that's important for you. And so you will know that anything that is not there does not need to be there. And that anything you really truly cannot do does not need to be done, for it is not you. But you will always be shown what is. You will always be given the opportunity to know what is you, if you will only but look with open eyes and know that these things are presented automatically. For excitement is a self-guiding, self-perpetuating, self-expanding principle that always works. Whether it works positively or negatively for you is your choice, based on how you choose to define your relationship to every experience in your life. You do not need to push. You do not need to manipulate. You do not need to make something happen. Allow yourself to allow it to flow, knowing that that already knows best what will work for you. For you, the unique you that you are, tailored specifically for you. For all that is that great, that each aspect of it, infinite though they may be, is taken care of in perfect timing and in perfect support with exactly what it needs and exactly when. All the pieces fit. Allow yourself to let that in. Breathe it in with absolute certainty, with absolute knowingness, with absolute love, absolute conviction, absolute commitment, and absolute integrity and impeccability and precision. And in all that, and that state of being that is truly you, you will know thyself and see yourself anew and see clearly the nature and structure of existence that exists within the here and now, eternally and indestructibly. For you exist and you always shall. For your point of view and your perspective is unique and shall and cannot ever die. No matter how much you may change, what you actually are is your unique perspective of all that is. That is your nature, and that is indestructible and eternal. Take a deep breath in and let it out. Take a deep breath in and let it out. And take a deep breath in and hold it, and hold it, and hold it. And blow it out, creating the atmosphere that will contain the vibration of knowingness, the vibration of peace, the vibration of support and love and joy and creativity that will contain everything you need so that you may float free in an infinite sea of possibility and unconditional love of all that is. Allow yourself to continue to breathe, crystallizing these ideas, and allow your music and your lights to soften, more and more soften, so that you may float freely in a timeless moment, in an infinite void of velvet blackness, so that you may know that as you are surrounded and immersed in what appears to be darkness, in what may appear to be emptiness, you know that you are the light that shines therein. And you will always see a reflection of that light when you look through the eyes of all that is at yourself. For you are the light of life itself. Drift freely now in that peace, in that beauty, in that grace, and in that gratitude and appreciation. Allow yourself to breathe and be at ease. Our unconditional love to you all. Sweet dreams and welcome home.